You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Tuesday, December 27th, 2022. It's our second session playing The Queen's Park Affair, an expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. The last big expansion we haven't played, at least the last big single case expansion we haven't played. As a reminder, this is session 2. You should not start here. If you're just joining us, you should go back and watch the first session where I spent an hour talking about the history of this game and the different versions and all that. Today we're going to start fairly quickly. But a couple things to talk about before we start, and maybe a little discussion about the rules bending we're doing and might be doing, etc. And let's start with a reminder about our plan for this week. This is a game that takes place over 4 investigative days of game time. And we played 6.5, almost 7 hours yesterday on day 1. I thought maybe we would finish this in 3 sessions, maybe 4. I think probably the most likely course for us now is that it's going to take us this entire week of 5 days to play through this. It will certainly take us 4 days. And we will continue playing each night and hopefully finish before New Year's, maybe on Friday or Thursday. Each night for about 6 to 7 hours we'll stream. All right, so let's talk about our experience last night with our first playthrough. It was a little rough. for me at least, I felt a little bit disoriented by a combination of the nature of this case, which just flooded us with names. It gave us this evidence in the beginning, and one of the pieces of evidence was just a list of these cricket players, and there's, 20 of them there, and just a ton of people mentioned. And that was a little disorienting, but the thing that really caught me off guard was this time system where we're supposed to keep track of travel times, and each clue has a different amount of time, and so we only have a certain number of clues that we get to read each day. And following that rule made us want to stay in certain neighborhoods longer so that we don't have to travel away from them and incur a travel time penalty. And that desire to sort of optimize our moves really threw a monkey wrench in the pacing of our playthrough, because it felt like, well, we'd like to go here to learn something, but we shouldn't do that until we know all the places we're ever going to want to go so we can optimize them. So we were off to a bit of a rough start, but we decided halfway through yesterday's playthrough that we would ignore that rule of travel times. And so now we just go where we want, and we don't count it against our time when we want to go someplace. That way we can go to a place that we care about. Now, we still are playing with the general rule about time limits for the day, which severely restricts how many clues we can read each day. I want to come back to that in a minute. But I think there are a couple interesting things to take as lessons from yesterday's playthrough. At the end of the playthrough, I was a little unsure of how I felt about all this, and felt not negative, but a little bit of maybe disappointment in that I was a little overwhelmed by the whole experience. And I think one of the lessons that you get from playing these games and playing cooperative games in general is that I really did need some encouragement from some of the other people. And I got that. Anna was like, well, that was overwhelming, but that's what we wanted and expected from a big, long game. And Jonathan and Anna both jumped in feet first to writing notes. Anna wrote up timeline notes, and that made a big difference for me. And it doesn't take that much for me to get some encouragement to be like, all right, let's keep going. Let's, plunge ahead. And I just needed that little bit of encouragement, and the encouragement from the chat, people saying that they're still in a good mood about it. I think I tend to not need that much from other people, but in general with these things, I just need a little bit of like, you're over exaggerating, it's not that bad, let's keep going. And then I'm like, okay, let's keep going. So we're going to keep going here. The other thing is, when Anna worked up the timeline and Jonathan's been working on his other notes, and an interesting thing happened with Jonathan. Jonathan spent a bunch of the first stream organizing notes so that we could find places by location. I think it's easy to get frustrated by that stuff, and so Jonathan rightfully took a step back, but now he's back in and working on the notes. And being able to go through the notes now, I think, part of being thrown off was that Anna was working on the notes, I wasn't writing them, so even the notes themselves were a bit overwhelming looking at them live. But I think we've learned something playing these cases, which is that working on the notes during breaks or between sessions is really helpful, and probably it pays to not spend too much time while you're playing trying to get the notes really clean and organized. But between sessions, there aren't that many cases that really require you and give you the opportunity to work on notes between sessions. But this is one. And being able to go through the notes now that Anna worked on and Jonathan worked on in the timeline, it feels much more manageable to me. I think we're going to have a much more comfortable time going forward, having this structure of these notes now and being able to go through them a couple times and familiarize ourselves with the people and the places, I feel like I'm getting a little more comfortable with the players and what's going on. So I think we'll spend a little bit of today's session going through those notes together, just looking through them. And Anna is replying to something I sent in email, and we have to talk about that because Anna is making a request that we not do what I thought we might do, but we'll see. Let me listen to what Anna says and what Jonathan says. But to do that, before we get to that, we need to go through, we need to take a look at the clue points again and talk about something. So we're going to go down to the table and look at the clue points and talk about something for a second. But let me just take off the picture-in-picture for a second and close this door. All right. Well, my cat's going to want to get out in a bit, so I'll have to come back. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the clue points and gumshoe and the time limit issue for a second. And I want to rebut a theory I made at the beginning of the case. When we looked at it, I pointed out that the Queen's Park new version has 3 days of investigation and the new one has 4 days. The original one has 4 days. The new Space Cowboys version has 3 days of investigation. And the old original version has this clue point system, which the new version doesn't. And what I pointed out was that the way this game works, the way the originals worked, is that on each day you've got similar places you can go, and some of the places don't change their clues and some do. And I suggested, well, maybe the last day, the extra day in the original version, is because all the clue points are the same, and it basically just gives you one more shot at the last day's clues. Well, it turns out that's not quite true. So I did yesterday what I did when I played Gumshoe. A lot of Queen's Park looks like the Gumshoe system with time limits and clue points. And here was our day 1, September 5th, where we were keeping notes on things. And what I did, and I also didn't quite notice before because it wasn't true of Gumshoe, but the actual list of the totality of clue points is exactly the same on every day. So there are no new locations added. This is the total set of locations available for the entire game on every day. It's just some change. Okay. What I did was, I did what I did for Gumshoe. I took a look, and A.J. Hunter reminded me of this possibility of doing this, which I did for Gumshoe, and now I've done for this, and this is a little bit of a cheat, and we'll talk about the nature of those cheats and everything. I looked at what locations, what clue points change on each day. In other words, what locations have a different entry for one day than another? And I went and marked them here. So all of these lines you see on the left, this is our first day. The lines you see on the left are clue points where on the next day, they change their paragraph that you read. If it doesn't have a line next to it, it means that it doesn't change, that it's the same entry that it was the previous day, that was this day. Then when you go to the next day, there's 2 kinds of marks. There's the dash again, when the entry here is different from the entry on the next day. And then the little vertical lines are entries which are different from the previous day. So the horizontal line means it's different from the next day. In other words, you better go to it now or it will change by tomorrow. And the vertical dashes are changes from the previous day. So if vertical dashes are changes from the previous day. So if you see a dash and a horizontal and a vertical, it means this entry point paragraph is different from the previous one and different from the subsequent one. And you can see by the time we get to our third day of investigating, there aren't that many that change for the next day. And then here's our final day. And what I thought was an identical day is not identical. So actually, there's a bunch of entries here that actually are unique for the fourth day. Or at least they're different from the previous day. It's possible that some oscillate, like this one oscillates for whatever reason. Like it goes back to the same paragraph it was 2 days ago. Now, not all of these are, some of these are tricks. Some of these are going to be like you go to a place and it's going to be like you shouldn't be going to this place. You have no reason here to get out. And some of them will be generic answers. Like you can see some of these have generic paragraphs that are shared amongst a whole bunch. And if it's anything like gumshoe, there may be like, let's say there's a paragraph that says the place is closed, there's nothing here. There may be actually like 10 different paragraphs that say that same thing, and it's just switched around so you can't infer anything from the numbers. But the point is, there is quite a bit that changes, and if you're a completionist, if you like to read anything, it hurts to think that you missed going to a place. So we might want to keep our eye on places and prefer to go to places where it's about to change. And Anna's just summing up what I said here. So we should go and visit all the places that will change on the next day. That's the general preference. Go to a place if it's likely to change. Not likely. Go to a place if you know it's going to change the next day. And the places that are going to be the same for 3 days, well, you can defer those a bit. But I do want to make sure, having said that, I want to make sure we don't fall into the trap we fell into yesterday, which is trying to optimize everything so much, slows everything down to a halt and makes it not fun. So let's just keep it a little bit in mind. Now, I've written down most of the places that we know what they are, or at least a big chunk of them. We're going to get to our notes in a second. But I was curious about, looking at this now, what places changed between day 1 and day 2 that we know what they are. So there's a whole bunch of places that we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are and they change. So like we lost our opportunity to read what they were from day 1, but we also didn't even hear about them, and maybe we shouldn't have, I don't know. But I did make a list of the places in our notes. Actually, let me just go to our digital notes here. I did make a list, we'll go through these in a second, of the places that change after day 1. Okay, so let's look at this together for a second. Here are the places that we should have thought about before we ended day 1 that changed. Now, a bunch of them are people that, we got a little bit of interest in. There's a bunch of allies. So all of these main allies like Langdale Pike, Mycroft Holmes, H.R. Murray, they say different things on day 2 than day 1, so we're going to miss that opportunity. And then there's 2 that seem really central to our case that change, and those are the ones that it's a real shame that we didn't visit. Peter Northrop's house we knew about, and Belfour's house we knew about, and what they say when you visit them changes on day 2. So what I proposed to Jonathan and Anna was that we sort of rewind a little bit for day 1 and go and visit those places. Visit Peter Northrop's house, visit Balfour's house in day 1. So basically, day 1 says you get from 9 a.m. till 10 p.m. We're night owls. It's a big case. I think, maybe we stay up a little late. So I was thinking maybe we cheat a little and just do a couple things in day one before we get started on day two. Do a couple of these things on day one. Visit Peter Northrop, visit Balfour. Just call them like at midnight. Say, hey, I just thought of something. Do a little Columbo on them. And maybe if we have a couple allies we want to visit for fun, like Jasper Meeks, if we can justify why we want to visit them. Maybe Mycroft to hear about the government, whatever. Maybe not, whatever. But my proposal, we spend a little bit of time late at night doing day one stuff before we jump into day two. That's my proposal. It sounds like everyone's convincible to do this as long as we keep it short to a small amount. Okay. Because the rules say you can replay the case. The way the rules suggest it is play the whole case and then go back and start at day one again, which is fine, but I feel that feels a little bit like weird as sort of story-wise to finish the case and then go back. We're going to be curious. We're going to want to read all the stuff anyway. But I think thematically for our game, let's go to those couple places that we care about. Okay, sounds like I've convinced you guys to let me do that. All right, so that's going to be our plan. Before we start, though, go into our notes and look through these notes together a little bit. That Anna really led the charge on this, and then Jonathan went into it. The timeline for me is one of the most important pieces of set of notes for this case, at least. And I will remind you of the motto of this channel. The motto is, the detective doesn't solve the case, the notes solve the case. That's our motto here. So taking good notes is important, and taking notes also helps you familiarize yourself with just the people and helps you remember things. Okay, so we look at our timeline that Anna mainly put together here. We've got our initial evidence about the July 6th and 9th newspaper clippings about Balfour, and then we've got the receipt from Kearney in his desk drawer from August 23rd. Then last week, we know that Kearney was talking to the broker about the real estate investments and brewery stocks. And then just some miscellaneous stuff that's not probably specific dates aren't that important. Then we start to get into the date of his disappearance where it gets interesting. So on Saturday, September 1st, Alice, the fiancée, talks to Frank that night. Was it Saturday or Sunday that Alice... We might need to check on that. I thought it might have been Sunday night, not Saturday night. Anyway, Sunday is the cricket match. We know he comes back to the office because he's working on the article, but we also know, I thought that my notes, we've got it entered twice. We've also got the talk with the fiancé on Sunday. I believe that's the talk on the Sunday night. We need to clarify that. But I believe it's Sunday night she talks to him. And we know he makes plans with Quentin to meet on Monday. That's why we think it's between Sunday night and Monday morning that he disappears. And then also on Sunday, we've got the newspaper article about the kid who finds the mangled body. And on Monday, we've got he's missing. People notice he's missing. He hasn't showed up to the meetings he was supposed to show up at. And Jonathan has gone back through the cab rides. We have this long, dense cab ride, and Jonathan has just gone through that and tried to find some interesting places in the cab rides that might be relevant to our case, locations that might be near people. So obviously most of these are going to be nothing, but some might be something. Okay, Anna says in the chat it was Saturday night. So does that mean our entry about her talking with Alice talking with Frank on Sunday is wrong? So that shouldn't be there. She never talked to him on Sunday or both? Let's clear that up. Okay, then Tuesday, we also have cab rides. Jonathan hasn't been through that cab ride yet. We did notice yesterday that we see 2 entries, one that looks like it could be right near Alice going to some mystery place, and another that looks like it could be arriving on Tuesday to near his house, although we don't have any reason to think that anyone was at his house on Tuesday. That's when we got our letter. That's when the robbery happened at Balfour's house. And then we start our day. Our investigation starts Wednesday, September 5th. I did want to note a couple things when I reread the statement when we listened to Balfour. I've got a couple notes from that interaction, but he does say something interesting on the phone. He says, "Close the deal." And he says, "I know what I said yesterday. This is different. Things have changed, so close the deal." That might suggest that something in our paper from today changed that made him want to close the deal. So I thought that was worth noticing. We also heard him talk on the phone about a meeting. He said he's got a meeting at the bank at 8:30 and then an appointment at 9 at the bank. But we believe that's going to be Worthington's bank because the newspaper talks about his involvement in the bank. So probably we want to get over there early at 9 a.m. to the bank. That's going to probably be the first thing we do on day 2 so we don't miss that and we catch that. Now we've got a whole group of people, their addresses and who they are, some of which we visited, some of which we haven't. Then I've got a whole separate entry for Jabez Balfour, and we try to remember where we heard all these things, but here are the things I wrote down from our meeting with him about, I know what I said today. He mentions very explicitly how much he loves the telephone. That might be a clue for us later. He's short like a dwarf. His full name was Marion Jabez Balfour. This is something we often overlook in games, but is important. When someone's referred to by a nickname or a middle name, it's important to make a note of that because while it seems insignificant at the time, you could end up finding other places where someone is talking about someone and referring to them by this nickname or middle name. And if you haven't recorded it, you might not realize they're talking about the same person. Okay, and then we learned the wife's name was Lady Bradford. Thanks, Anna, for finding that. Okay, then we've got a whole bunch of people at the Marleybone Cricket Club. Remember, that whole team looks like they're all cronies of Balfour, so we've got just a list of them. There is an interesting discussion in the club about this private meeting that most of them go to. And the guy makes a big point about, or at least he mentions, hey, everyone but Kennedy, Perkins, and me went into that meeting. So I've put those 3 people down at the bottom. I suspect they are not even involved in the real estate stuff, and they're not important for us. That's how I read that. And the rest of them are. All right. And then we overhear someone saying about, I'm not going to be controlled by an underworld thug, etc. Then we've got the 2 umpires. And one thing I noticed when we looked at the umpires is that one of them is James Stratford. Now, why is that so important? Well, Jonathan pointed out when we read the original letter, the article that Kearney was writing, that one of the umpires at the 40th ball, the 40th wicket, whatever it is, round, he says, okay, it's time to swap out balls. He hands the new ball to the new pitcher, and then it explodes in smoke. So Jonathan said, I'll bet it was the umpire who gave him the fake ball. And we didn't know which umpire that was, Sanford, Pittman, or James Stratford. But what we didn't notice at the time is that first name of James, because when the wife of Peter Northrop writes a poem, she says, your friend James suggested I write this poem or something. And we wondered, which James is it? Is it James Moriarty? Is it James Seabright, who's another player? I think it's going to be James, the umpire, who's in on this diversion plan. So that's going to be a person that I want to visit soon. Then we've got the other players, which I think are probably just totally unrelated to this entire case. I don't think they're in on the diversion. I don't think they're in on anything. That's my guess. And we've got a couple of Peter Northrop related. Remember, Peter Northrop was the counterfeiter who broke out of prison. The wife who wrote the poem, her name is Stella. I've got little notes so we can go reread that and visit it if we want. Then I've got my list of Jameses, but I think it's the umpire. And then we've got our list of locations that we found, and Jonathan did a good job about doing a bunch of this stuff. So we've just organized these here. Some we've visited, some we haven't. Then our articles about the newsboy who discovered the body. Then I've made a list of our allies from the base game that we can visit, just so that we more easily see their locations and can search for their locations. And here again, some we visited, some we haven't. It looks like in this game, the allies, when you visit them on different days, do tend to change what they say. So maybe more of a reason. Normally we don't go to the allies because we don't want to give away too much. But in this game, it seems like maybe they change what they say each day, so we may want to visit them more frequently than we should. And then here's our list of things we want to make sure we don't miss, either events or places that seem to suggest to us to come back. We know the bank appointment is one, but Pinkerton, Quinton Hogg, and the cricket club all said things to the effect of, I'll keep my eye open and let you know if things change. So maybe we want to visit those. Some reminders to me about stuff we want to do. And then a little section where I'm keeping track of the dense clues in the book that we might want to reread or something. We've got the betting slips. We don't really understand those. There's the poem about the jailbreak. I want to point out that it's not infrequent that we read these things and say, I don't know what that means, and then sort of forget about it. And the poem had a little bit of a feel of that. She says, 3rd of September, which we know the September isn't the 3rd. Could be a typo, could be something else. But also the poem says, you'll enjoy a Sunday lark, follow your heart, you'll know the way. Where woods are deep, we think it's through the woods, and donkeys bray. And we're like, okay, we think it's through the woods, let's move along. But there's also these other things about donkeys bray and follow your heart, you'll know the way. So is that because he's been in this area, hid the plates in this area? Don't know. Don't know. Little record about our cab logs. And then here's my list of the locations that change after day 1, and then my list of sort of unresolved things that we haven't quite figured out. Can we find Toby the dog? What's the significance of the poem? Which one is James? What's the body? Scotland Yard mentioned a decapitated MP. The cricket people mentioned the underworld thug, etc., 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 etc. Okay, so there's our notes from day 1, and then we've also got a big notes document that Anna worked up about our actual evidence, stuff we found in the newspaper, and then which leads we actually followed in day 1. So I'm going to put this just as our research, our reference material. We're not going to go through all this again, but we can refer to this if we need to. And then Anna wrote up some questions she had. Most of these are overlapping with my unresolved questions, but we may update this for the future days to keep track of what leads we went on. We may not, I'm not sure. All right, so let's check in with the chat, see if there's stuff to add. Anna says, do you have an ad about a dog in your original newspaper, Jesse? We have an ad about greyhounds. Let's see. What have we got? We've got a cattle show. We've got, I remember we saw an article or an ad about greyhounds. Let's see. Where's our Greyhound article? It was someone selling Greyhounds, I think. What was the Woodford Bridge? Let's see. Sale of Greyhounds here. Mr. Reimel held his first sale of Greyhounds this season on Saturday at the Barbican Repository. Buyers were scarce, prices were low. Highest figure realized 20 guineas for Don't Deny. That's the only dog that I believe is in our paper for day one. The thing I just noticed here is this place is by Southwark Bridge Road. We have the body found. We don't know where that is or if that's even in London or outside of London. So yeah, okay. All right, so the only thing then that I want to do, if we're caught up on the chat about stuff, John says, do you want to walk through the cab notes I gave visually? If you think it might take too long, no worries. Let's wait a little bit on that, just until we get a little more. The cab notes are going to play a big role for us in this game, in the same way they did for Gaslights. We're going to have to spend a significant amount of time studying them, but I think maybe it's a little premature to do that. Megan says, I just saw a mention of Charrington at Southwark, which was tied to the carriage records. You're saying you just saw a mention in the newspaper of Charrington? Well, we've got this one here, Roberts and Parfit Merchants Tailors on Southwark Bridge Road. Do we think that's in a carriage ride that's important? I don't know why we'd care about who's going to a tailor. Okay, let's come back to that. The only thing I wanted to clear up then is the part about Alice, the fiancée, meeting with him on Saturday and Sunday, because that's quite important for our timeline. So Anna has Alice seeing Frank that night. So she's at 3 Northwest. I want to look at this for a second. That's 95. Okay, let's see. When was the last time you saw Franklin? And she says Sunday evening. Okay, so to confirm, Alice did see Kearney on Sunday evening. Doesn't mean she didn't see him on Saturday also. But this is super important because this is what brackets his disappearance. So she sees him on Sunday evening. Says we had plans for dinner on Monday. He's acting mysterious. He wants to see shares in the Land Investment Trust. Does he tell you why? I also want to point out something here that we glossed over when we read this the first time. She says, Franklin and I are planning to be married and have been looking for a house in Queen's Park. That could be significant. That could be how he stumbled upon to some conspiracy being going on with Balfour. Well, Anna, if you read your new version, it might have said Saturday. Okay, but this is important. So now we're bracketed with Sunday. So I think probably it's not true for Saturday, September 1st, don't you think? So probably, can we delete that? Who's got access to that? Will I have access to it? So probably this is not... Okay, it won't let me edit it. It wants me to go back. To refresh. All right, so I'm going to delete this. You correct me if we get evidence that they met also on Saturday, but it's not as important. We don't know any reason why we should care if they met on Saturday. What we do care about, oh, I see. Yeah, we do care about is that Sunday they talked. Good. So it's clearer down here. Talked with fiancé, looking to buy home, wanted her shares, was upset about the society. That's the other thing she points out. And let's make sure what the shares were. Wanted her shares in the land investment trust. There's a bunch of businesses that Belfour is involved in, and we're not really sure what the relations are. But okay, that's why we think he's missing on Sunday. There's a fly in here. All right. So, are we all caught up, you think, on notes and discussion of everything? Is there anything else we need to talk about before we do our little rewind to day one? I feel good about this case now. Like in the beginning, yesterday, I was very shaky about it, very unsure. Now I feel like, okay, I mean, we've got our work ahead of us, work cut out ahead of us, but I feel like we've got a better handle on it all. And I'm coming around to Anna's approach of, this is what we wanted. We wanted a hard case. All right, anything else in the chat? Anyone want to catch up on anything you've been doing lately before we jump in here? We're going to rewind and do a couple day ones. All right, Anna feels good. Jonathan, how are you feeling about this case? Jonathan has come up with some good spotting, some very important things so far, but has also put in a lot of work that we haven't used yet, including the cab rides, and we are going to want to look at them. It is always fun to play a case where the things we do as sort of matter of course are actually useful. You can see in this case that keeping track where we go, where things are, here's our Queen's Park, and then here's our London. You can see why keeping track of important places that we visited is going to be important for this case when we track the cab rides, because that's how we're going to know when someone went somewhere and catch them. Okay, we've got someone new. Jackson Norman says, I'm a beginner on games like these right now. I'm just taking notes. I really enjoy this case so far, listening along. Well, this is the deep end. This feels like the deep end. When we played Gaslight, we were told, Gaslight is the most advanced one. Start with Queen's Park. I almost feel like this one is rougher, is throwing into the deep water more than Gaslight. Don't you think, Jonathan? Gaslight at least felt settled in a small area. It was a little more manageable. But I feel like it's going to come in. We're getting a good handle on this. All right. So in your mind, we finished day one. It's 10 p.m. We can't sleep. We're restless. And we decide we're going to knock on doors and make some phone calls later in the evening before we go to sleep. And we're going to go to two places in particular: Belfour's house to ask his wife about the stolen jewels, and Peter Northrup's house and see if we can catch the wife Stella. Probably no one's going to be home. They're on the run, so probably that's going to be okay. And then maybe we might visit an ally or two. All right, let's start by going to Peter Northrup's house, where his wife and Peter are probably fully on the run. So probably no one's going to knock on the door, but maybe that's why it's good we're going there at midnight. Like, we're going to try to catch them. They're going to be gone in the morning. We're going to try to catch them before they disappear. Okay, so Peter Northrup's house is 47 Southeast. So this is Monday at night. Monday, we'll call this midnight. It's actually only like 11 p.m. Let's just call it 11 p.m. Late night. These are our bonus calls, our Columbo calls. Okay, Peter Northrup's house. We're looking for Stella. 47 Southeast, which is clue point 30, it looks like. 30. Okay, we're going through these quick because we're catching up. All right, let's see what we've got here. 30. What do you think? Is anyone going to be home? I don't think anyone's going to be home. But maybe someone will answer the door. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Bang, 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 11 p.m. Open the door. We got to talk to you. I've told all I know to the police, and I have nothing further to say. I have nothing to say. Door slams in our face. Okay. So Monday, as expected. As expected. But we wanted that little flavor, right? Okay. Well, we don't even know who that was that we talked to, but probably the wife. Okay, now let's go visit Balfour at home. He's probably back from work, or maybe his wife is. The Balfour home is at 50 Southwest, which is clue 54. But before I do that, let me not forget to do what I made a big point of saying before, which is mark off where Peter Northrop lived, right? Because we may need that information. So 47 Southeast, they're in the poor neighborhood, makes sense. So they live near Waterloo Station, Lambeth, Lower Marsh Road. Okay, now we're going to the Balfour home, and that's 50 Southwest. A nicer neighborhood for sure. Okay. 50 Southwest, which is $54. Okay, let's see if she can tell us about this robbery. The Balfour Mansion is an imposing Georgian structure, and so is the Balfour butler. Are you from the police? The butler asks us. No, we're private detectives working for Mr. Sherlock Holmes. We'd like to see Mr. Balfour. Mr. Balfour is at his Queen's Park office, the Liberator Building Society. Is Mrs. Balfour at home? I will see if she wishes to receive you. A few minutes later, we are led into a large drawing room and told that Mrs. Balfour will soon be down to see us. In fact, it is not very long before we are joined by a woman of aristocratic bearing. Not exactly beautiful, but certainly striking and confident. She's in her mid-50s, but retains the figure of a much younger woman. Ralph says that you are private detectives in the employ of Sherlock Holmes. Is that correct? Yes, madam. And did my husband send for you? No, Then I will hire you myself. You know that last night someone broke into my safe and stole my jewels. Yes, I suppose you will want to see the scene of the crime. This way, gentlemen. This way. She leads us across the hall into a study. Wiggins's repeated attempts to explain our visit are ignored as Mrs. Balfour leads us to her objective. This is the safe in which my jewels were kept. Well, go ahead, look at it. The safe is a large one with Leith and Ross painted across the front. Around the tumbler is a scorched area. Wiggins tries the tumbler and it turns easily. He tries the door and it swings open with ease. Looking into the safe, we can see that it is empty. Well, what do you think? Asks Mrs. Balfour. Looks like a good safe, says Wiggins. Of course it's a good safe. The best we could find. And what was kept in it? Well, my jewels, of course. Some of my husband's business papers, they were not touched. He's removed them to his office. And were your jewels insured? Yes, of course, with Pearl. But money alone can't cover the loss. Some of those jewels have been in my family for hundreds of years. When will Holmes be here? I'll have to talk to him about it. Please do so right away. I want those jewels recovered. I'll mention it to him. Good. Anything else? Well, I do have a question. Yes? Have you ever heard of Franklin Kearney? Kearney? No, I've never heard of him. Who is he? He's a reporter who's missing and head of the Queen's Park Temperance Society. No, I wouldn't know him. The Temperance Society is one of my husband's interests, which I do not share. Now, if you have no further questions, I will bid you good day and let you get on with your investigation. Mrs. Balfour, may we have a word with your servants before we go? Of course. I will have Ralph assist you. Mrs. Balfour abruptly leaves the room and returns almost immediately with the butler. Ralph can direct you to the other members of the household and answer your questions. I hope that you will have good news for me soon. Mrs. Balfour withdraws, leaving us with Ralph Bell. Ralph Bell is the butler's name. Okay. And what would you like to know? This household has been totally topsy-turvy since the burglary. Anything you can tell us about the burglary would be helpful, I'm sure, says Wiggins, wondering how we had so quickly become involved in this investigation. I'm afraid there's not much to tell. Freddie Weed, the coachman, had driven the Balfours to the Siptons' home. I had the night off. Freddie Weed and the Siptons. Lord Sipton, we've heard of him in the paper and involved in this mess. I had the night off and I went to the pub for the evening to enjoy a couple of pints in the company of some friends. Upon my return, I discovered a lamp burning in the downstairs study, and when I entered the room, I saw that the window was open and the smell of explosives was in the air. The safe was blackened and tools lay strewn about on the floor. Just then I heard the carriage, and I ran out into the hall to tell Mr. Balfour what had happened. He told me and Freddie to search the grounds, but the burglar was gone. I don't know what else I can tell you. And I don't think Freddie or Elna will be able to help you either. But if you like, I can introduce you to them. Elna, our cook, has been sick in bed all week. However, and unless it is absolutely necessary, it would be better if she were not disturbed. Perhaps we could speak with Freddie. Ralph then leads us outside to where a yellow and red decorated brougham sits. This is going to be a cab, I guess, a kind of cab. Freddie, these people are here investigating the jewel theft, says Ralph to the thin, liveried coachman. What does liveried mean? I thought that meant like they belonged to some organization, but maybe I'm wrong. They'd like to ask you a few questions. I'll be glad to answer, but I was with the master and mistress all evening. What could I possibly know? Well, have you noticed anything out of the ordinary lately? Asks Wiggins. Any strange people about? Oh, not that I've noticed, but I'm often out driving, you know. And do you usually drive Mr. Balfour out to his business appointments? Well, sometimes I do, but mostly I drive the mistress wherever she wants to go. Well, thank you. If we think of other questions, perhaps we will come back. Good day. Perhaps we will come back. Okay, so this was a pretty dense clue here. Now, I can assure you, knowing about these games, if we had not gone to that on day one, we're going to get essentially that same answer on day two. Even though the clue point is different, we're going to get that same information. All right, so I'm going to highlight some things here, but first let me see what the chat says. I knew Mrs. Balfour will be a hoot. Sounds like maybe no one in this mansion adheres to the temperance way of life. Liveried means coach coding uniformed. That's probably what it means. It probably means he's got an outfit on, a uniform on. All right, so let me just look at this again. She's like, get this case solved right away. She's very impatient about this. But the scene of the crime is actually interesting. First of all, we know the safe is Leith and Ross. That's the company in the paper. So we may want to go talk to them. It's a Leith and Ross safe. It's a good safe. The tumbler is scorched. And we know he smelled explosives. So then they're insured. The jewels are insured with Pearl. That's going to be an insurance company. We know the husband had papers in the safe that he claims weren't taken. But that could be all bullshit, right? His papers could have been stolen and he just doesn't want to admit it. All right. And then what else? Okay, Ralph Bell is the butler, and he had off for the night. And he claims he was at the pub. Right, we could try to check that alibi. We could try to go to pubs nearby and see if anyone recognizes him. Then we've got Freddie Weed, the driver, normally of Miss Balfour. And he tells us where they were on this night. That he drove both Balfours to Lord Sipton's home. Okay, so that's where they were the night of the robbery. We know what day that was on the paper. It was yesterday, I believe, Tuesday. Okay, and then he says that there was a lamp burning, right? He says there was a lamp burning downstairs. What does that tell us? That they didn't want to turn on the main lights. I'm not sure what it means. Lamp burning downstairs study. And then window open. Smell of explosives. And then he says the tools were strewn about. Now that is important clue, right? What does that tell us? The fact that the tools were strewn about tells us something significant. What does it tell us? What does the chat say? What does that tell us? And then while you're saying that, I'll just make our notes here. Elna, the cook, has been sick. Do we have her last name? We don't. We have a bunch of entries about cooks in the paper. Check the news. They searched the ground, they didn't find anyone. All right, what does the chat say about finding the tools? The butler jumped the thief. I'm not sure what you mean by jump the thief, but the butler, this thief must have been scared off without any, must have been surprised and scared off, right? Because you don't leave your tools. A safecracker does not leave their tools. Yeah. So he must have been surprised. Upon my return, I discovered a lamp burning. So he came back before the thief expected him back. I don't know exactly what that tells you. We don't know what thief planned it. And then he hears the master coming back in the carriage. So it doesn't sound like a staged robbery by Mr. Belfour, because it does sound like he was at Lord Sipton's, although we might want to verify that. But it also doesn't sound like the butler did this, because why would that's too convoluted to plan to pretend you interrupted the burglar. It would be smarter to just come back and say someone stole it and left. So it does sound like there was a real burglar who, well, I don't know. We shouldn't say that. Maybe you could stage it. It's a weird aspect of a crime to leave tools, though. That doesn't sound staged. All right. Let's decide if we want to stop there for day one, or do we want to talk to any of our allies. I'm inclined to talk to at least one ally just so we get a feel for how they change. So of all our allies, I know which one I'd like to talk to. And that's Mycroft, because I think it was it's the government stuff that Mycroft tends to know about, and I suspect maybe an angle with this Beer Act. So I'd like to request that we visit Mycroft as our last thing we do on day one, unless you want to go to one other ally, just so that we see perhaps how he changes, and then maybe we'll see, do we want to go to more allies? We got a bunch of the allies. Where's our list of things that have change in day one? So here's the list of things that change in day one. Are there any of those other people that anyone feels compelled to visit? We did Belfour, we did Peter Northrop, Porky Shinwell. There are a couple more people in the cricket, but I don't feel like any of those are so compelling that we can't visit them on the second day. Anna says, where is the first document that has all the notes? I sent you the link to it. I believe I tried to share it with both of you. I can send it again on it's called This one's Queen's Park Livestream Notes 1. It's called Queen's Park Livestream Notes 2. I believe I sent it to Jonathan and Anna, but I will send it again at the next break. But before our first break, we're going to visit Mycroft Holmes. But we could go to... okay, so Megan points out that Sipton we may not have in our notes list. So let me make a note that we need to add to Lord Sipton to our notes. Megan says Lord Sipton is 100 Southwest. Okay, so I want to go to Mycroft and just see what he has to say and see if that changes with... Since that's one of the ones that changes, we'll see if it's worth visiting the others. So Mycroft is 8 Southwest, which is number 103. Let's see what Mycroft has to say, and then it's about time for us to take our break. Okay, so this is nice and simple. Mr. Holmes is not in at this time. I understand that he is at work, and I further understand that he does not receive visitors while at work. Interesting. So, all right, so there's nothing there, and maybe we should assume that the other allies also won't have much to tell us or won't be significant. Was there another ally anyone wanted to specifically go to? The criminal underworld? Is there anyone that seems relevant here that we care about? I mean, obviously we're going to visit these other people that are involved in Belfour's place, but we're not going to try to visit them all today. They're all sort of peripheral, so it's okay if we delay them. The only other one that I think we have any reason to might be Porky, but I think we can stop here. Somerset could shed light on Lady Bradford. Yeah, I mean, all of these places we'll want to visit, but I don't think there's any that we need to rush to. There's none here that really feel like we would be not doing our job by not visiting them on day one. There are no really high priority people besides Peter and Northrop and Belfour. So we're going to stop here, and that we didn't cheat much for day one. We just did those two things. We might want to peek at what the Belfour house looks like on day two, because I think we're going to see basically the same thing. So this is a little reassuring. Everything we've read when we peeked into our day one changes should reassure us that we probably haven't missed anything super important. All right. We're taking our 8-minute break. We will come back and begin day two. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, let's just do a little bit of notes maintenance before we finish up here. So Lord Sipton, we think is 100 Southwest. And I want to remember to go back to our timeline. So Tuesday was the robbery. And we can add a little bit here. This is Bell for and wife at Lord Sipton's, we think. On Tuesday night. And then to people, we might add a couple of extra people here. We've got Ralph Bell, the butler. And then we've got Freddie Weed, the driver. And then we've got Elna, the sick cook. And then we've now got reason to visit the safe manufacturers. We already knew that before, though. I suppose we want to add to locations. We're told about Pearl Insurance for the Belfour jewelry. Okay, anything else I should have remembered to add but didn't? I suppose you could say on our timeline when we're keeping track of the jewel theft that husband claims business papers in safe not taken. That sounds fishy to me. Is that why they broke in? Is it staged? Was it staged just to get money? It sounds like maybe Belfour was in need of money. Could he have stolen his own wife's jewelry and made it look like there was a robbery? He has insurance. I have a question. So let's make note, remember, that we should make note of where we read stuff. This was at 50 Southwest, which was clue number 54. There was an interesting observation there, and I want to get your read on it. So we know the safe had burns by the tumbler, right? And smell of explosives and tools left on floor, right? We're all in agreement about that. But I want to draw your attention to something and ask what you make of this. All right, so tell me what you make of this. She shows us the safe. And here is the description of that scene. Safe in which my jewels were kept. A large one with Leith and Ross painted across the front. The tumbler is scorched. Now this is the part I want to draw your attention to. Wiggin tries the tumbler and it turns easily. He tries the door and it swings open with ease. Now what does that tell you? Let me ask you, on rereading that, Does something strike you as odd here, the way it does me? The tumbler's got burns, but it turns fine. And the door opens fine. There's two ways to read that. Initially, when we read it, I sort of read it as saying like the safe crackers had broken it so you could open it easily. But now I'm reading it and almost feeling like it really wasn't blown open. It doesn't look like it sustained any damage to me. Yeah, tumbler is the thing you spin, the combination. I believe is what they're talking about. Yeah, it's a combination safe. So there's a tumbler. That's the thing that you spin and has to get to the right numbers. But if you're using explosives, this does not sound like that safe was blown open. I think we've caught them. This is a very little subtle way that could get glanced over. But it turns fine, the door opens fine. This was not blown up. Yeah, this safe has not been blown up. Safe appears to be in fine shape. Fake robbery. I suspect that if we visit the safe company, they're going to be like, you can't just break into one of our safes that easily. I think they would tell us, you know, like it takes a lot more than that to break into one of our safes. Anna says, yeah, it looks like it's not broken. Fishy. An inside job, I believe. Let me just clarify instead of fake robbery. Inside job robbery. And notice also, if you look back on it, remember that the wife wants us hired. And the husband's sort of job is to hire someone, and he hasn't hired anyone. I wonder, that makes me think he's involved and she's not. Yeah. Tumbler works fine, door opens fine. Does not seem like it was blown open. All right. So we're moving on to day 2. Day 2 is Thursday, September 6th. Jonathan says, it's a bit odd that it's described that it swings open with ease after he tried the tumbler. Was it not locked? But shouldn't the door not open after he messes with the tumblers? Yeah, that's why it could be read two different ways. The way I read it initially was like, oh, no matter what you do now, it opens. But I think it's sort of describing that the door was already open. I mean, I don't think it described it to us, but that's my new reading of that scene. Like, she's walking in, she's showing us the safe, the door is left open, and he's just playing with it. He's saying the door swings open, the tumbler works fine. So I believe that that's how I'm reading it. But it's possible that an alternative reading is the door was closed, he played with the tumbler, it still turns, but for some reason the safe no longer locks at all. But I think it's just an awkwardly phrased thing. But Jonathan, you do have a point there. It's not for sure. We could be misreading that scene, but that's the way I'm reading it, is that the door was open when we got there, and he's just noticing that it swings open fine. All right. You ready for day 2? Here we go. Thursday, 6 September 1888. Day 2, the Queen's Park affair. We find Holmes, already dressed, seated on the floor in the center of a pile of newspapers. Good morning. I'm pleased to see that you are off to an early start. Have some coffee. Holmes points with the scissors he holds in his right hand to a steaming pot on the table. I hope your investigations are progressing satisfactorily. I received a note this morning from Mr. Lloyd Perkins, which may lead you in a valuable direction. I've always thought that Sir Jasper was our last chance to get information before a body was interred in its final resting place, but a letter I received by the first post today would seem to indicate otherwise. If we can make contact with the netherworld, we may open up a whole new area for the investigation. But no matter from which world this letter comes, it sounds interesting, and I urge you to ponder its puzzle. At this point, Holmes verily leaps to his feet, piles his scissors and papers on his desk, grabs his hat and coat, and flings open the door. Sorry to rush off like this, but I really must. I'm sure Watson will welcome your company. And he shows us a letter and a note. What have we got here? So here's a note. The note is from, this sounds like it could have been a little separate evidence, but the note says, Mr. Holmes, if you or one of your associates would come to my house today, I have some information you may find useful. Lloyd Perkins. Well, we know that name. He's one of the cricketers, isn't he? I believe he is. Which one is he? Lloyd Perkins. Lloyd Perkins is one of the Marylebone cricketers who wasn't in that angry meeting afterwards. You see him there, Lloyd Perkins. So he wasn't in the meeting, so he's one of the people that I don't have much suspicion on. So maybe he is going to give us inside information about the Marylebone Belfour scams, like he's not involved. And then Holmes is talking about a letter that he received that he talks about being from the netherworlds. Let's see what he means by that. Vincent Derrick, Esquire, 9 Holborn Viaduct. Dear Sir, the recent report of my death has greatly upset me. My death was not accidental, and I hope you will investigate it. Sincerely, Vincent Derrick. That's pretty cool. The recent report of my death has greatly upset me. My death was not accidental. I hope you'll investigate it. That's pretty cool, huh? All right. Well, what do you make of that? Okay, so day 2, in the intro, we've got Lloyd Perkins has info for us. And then also we've got a Vincent Derrick. Is he going to be the body found? Vincent Derrick, Esquire. What does Esquire mean? Esquire means lawyer, right? We've got his address at 90 Holborn Viaduct. What is a viaduct? A viaduct. London EG. What is EG? EC? Is that what it is? He's in East Central? EC? Yes. EC. Okay. These cubes do come in handy. All right. And he says, The report of my death has greatly upset me. And he says it was not accidental. Presumably, we're going to see that in the paper. I presume that we're going to find this in today's paper. And that is a good... Megan says, someone referred to Holmes as Esquire in the beginning of our case. What is Esquire? I thought Esquire was lawyer, but maybe I might be somehow jumping to that wrong conclusion. Maybe there's a different word I'm thinking of for lawyer. Jonathan says the postmark's from July. And Megan says Esquire usually means officer of the court. And Jonathan says that you totally ignored the fact that the postmark's from July. Well, I cannot read it with my eyes, native eyes, but I think you're right. Let's take a look. 18 July. That's weird. Okay. To me, that almost feels like it's going to be a typo, but let's see. Postmark. You always got to wonder if these things could be typos, but it is 18, right? 18 July. All right. That's pretty fun. AJ Hunter says a viaduct is a bridge that doesn't go over water. Look at that. You learn so much in these Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. A viaduct is a bridge that does not go over water. And Antina says you can put Esquire for being polite when they don't have any other titles. Okay. Anna says Esquire is a title that is sometimes written after a man's name in the address on an official letter instead of using Mr. In American English, it's lawyer, but you can use it to be polite when they don't have any other titles. That's pretty neat. Okay. All right, let's take a look at today's paper. Already, I'm feeling much more engaged in this game starting on day 2. All right, so one thing that's interesting, if you look at the paper archive, we started out with the Pall Mall Gazette on Wednesday, the 5th, and now we've got the Times. All right, so we're going to do our normal thing. We'll do our normal thing. We'll just glance. We'll do a quick pass through the paper and see if anything jumps out to us, and we'll come back and read it later for more details. We've got births. We've got more births. Okay, 3 births. Nothing jumps out at us here. A marriage. Doesn't look all that interesting to us. Now we've got some death. Let's see if our Vincent guy is here. On the 5th of September, yesterday, after a long and painful illness, Sarah, doesn't seem like it's important for us. Someone dead in Chicago. Sir Reginald Amtharp, much beloved brother of Abigail Amtharp Meadows, doesn't seem relevant for us. Hannah Barnett, doesn't seem relevant for us. Special notice, this is too low for my markers. Special notice, razor straps, Chinese razor sharpener, and Spitalfields have opened a branch established at High Road, Kilburn for the finest meats and poultry. Okay. Here's some personals. Let's see if these are relevant for us. George Emerson, who sailed from Liverpool on the SS Wyoming. His father's very anxious to see him, so this guy's gone missing. Left at the ball. Will the gentleman who is so chivalrous at the 5th ball of Joppa Monday last extend that chivalry to contacting me through my aunt? I would like to present fuller appreciation for your acts tendered. This is like a Craigslist misconnection. This woman wants to meet this guy she met at the ball. Spanish Committee for Emigration of Israelites. This doesn't seem relevant to us, but let's just quickly scan through it. Okay. Jewish immigrants. Madrid. Capitalists, manufacturers might receive judicious counsel. Okay, it doesn't look like it's relevant for us. The truth about stammering. Anyone interested in the subject will receive the latest information and important books on the cure, post-free from Deacon and Company. Okay. And then the Times, we know this. We know this address, Rue des Capucines. This is where the Times can be purchased in France and in Rome. You can get a publication on urinary diseases. David Jones spray treatment in Soho. Grant Allen's new novel, 3 volumes at all libraries. The Devil's Die. Author of Babylon, a new movie that's coming out. No relation. In All Shades. Mr. Allen's powerful and interesting novel. The story has a strong interest that deserves more than an ordinary measure of success. Okay, that's probably real books. In fact, here's another one. Mark Twain's new book. Crown 8, cloth extra, 7 shillings. Mark Twain's Library of Humor, uniform with the illustrated edition of A Tramp Abroad. 700 pages profusely illustrated. 50 Reasons for Being a Homeopath, given by J. Compton Burnett, MD. Name sounds a little bit familiar, but nothing jumping out at me for our case. Madam Sampson. Seems like the cubes are having a little bit of trouble on this view. Madame Sampson Mantle Maker is now in receipt of the latest Parisian fashions and is showing a large selection of the newest materials for mantles in velvets, cut plushes, and cloth. She was in the previous paper. She's obviously got enough. She's got some money. She's buying ads in all the newspapers. And we learned mantles were like scarves. Here's Butter and Eggs. Walter Gates, being personally connected with and interested in one of the best dairy farms in the Vale of Aylesbury, is in a position to supply his customers with butter and eggs at the very lowest possible prices. A. Cooley boot and shoe manufacturer in High Street, Whitechapel. Wholesale prices. Okay. Then we've got an article about the weather. Mr. Henry Harries, under pretense of answering my letter to you, has utilized the occasion to attack a chart for 1888 I published a year ago. It's only fair that the public should know that Mr. Harries is a junior clerk in the meteorological office. He says my theory's worthless. Let him in a public assembly name any year he pleases and hand me a nautical almanac for the same, and if in 2 hours I do not write out a curve which will practically forecast the leading features for that year, I shall admit he has done much to substantiate his statement. As I distinctly state in my letter, I did not find my lunar curve satisfactory. I fail to see the value of his attack. E.G. Jenkins. Here's an article in Capital and Labor. The Central News states the threatened disturbance at the India Group of the London docks reached a most serious crisis at taking on time yesterday morning, when 4,000 men, chiefly belonging to the East India docks, refused to go on work. Delegates from these docks waited upon Mr. Tom Mann on Tuesday night at the union offices and clamored for the introduction immediately into their division of the docks of the cooperative scheme, which has been so well received by the men at the Albert and Victoria docks. This is union stuff going on here. After an hour's argument and addresses from the leaders, the men agreed to resume work. the leaders promising to at once take steps to get the cooperative scheme introduced. The men commenced their duties in a very surly manner, but late last evening the union leaders expressed themselves satisfied that the trouble had been tided over for the present and that the men would continue working. Nothing so far in this paper related to our case. Letter from General Gordon, the South Australian Register of August 30th, contains the following telegram dated August 28th from its own correspondent at Wallaroo. On Friday morning, Mr. Alfred Mallion, accountant to Messrs. Stiles and Company at Candina, picked up in the street what there is every reason to believe is an original letter written by General Gordon in Khartoum on July 31st, 1884. Mr. Mallion presumes it is addressed to the British government. How it reached here is a mystery. The only solution that appears feasible just now is that lately a large number of Arab hawkers have been in the town, and on Friday 4 were seen close to the spot where the letter was picked up. The Salvation Army. Okay, so this is related to this. We know our woman, our fiancé, worked for the Salvation Army, and that's where they met. So let's see if this is of any interest to us. To bid farewell to the Indian party of the Salvation Army, a vast audience thronged every part of the great hall at St. George's Road last night, and the proceedings were led by General Booth. The gathering was an impressive one. The platform was crowded with new officers in Indian costume who are about to proceed to India with Commissioner Booth Tucker. After prayers and the singing of hymns and solos, the general addressed the meeting and, amid loud shouts of hallelujah, described the progress which he said had been made by the army in India and Ceylon. While in 1885 the army had 15 corps and 39 European and 41 native officers, they had in 1887 56 corps and 166 European and 102 native officers. In the present year, they had 96 corps and 171 European and 273 native officers. Out of a total of 4,673 conversions, there had been 263 Europeans, 317 Roman Catholics, 592 native Christians, and 3,500 raw heathens saved. The army was endeavoring to do some of its social work in India, and he asked the meeting to aid the work with their prayers, their blessings, and their contributions. In all, 55 new officers were now heading out. The meeting was subsequently addressed by a converted Buddhist priest and by Commissioner Howard. These are all religious conversion talk about the Salvation Army, and here's another article about Salvation Army. Toronto, September 5th, the Salvation Army in Canada. Members of the Salvation Army found guilty yesterday by a Quebec jury by whom the organization was stigmatized as a public nuisance have been granted leave to appeal. Okay, here's an article by Egypt. These would all be real stories that either they are real stories from the real papers or they're period appropriate. The Nile has risen 1 foot less than anticipated. This is prejudicial to the delta. All idea of a large cotton crop must now be abandoned, and the least sanguine estimates now prove to have been accurate. Okay, Parliamentary Intelligence, King Jaja. Mr. A.E. Peace asked the Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs whether the statement which appeared in that day's papers that Jaja has been removed from Africa was true, and if so, where he had been taken. Sir J. Ferguson, I have answered that question fully and distinctly on previous occasions. I told the House that I believed Jaja had gone and that he was going to one of the Windward Islands, Grenada, I believe. Okay, African kings talking about. So far, nothing really related to our case. Quite strange. Court Theatre. The Prince of Wales and suite visited the Court Theatre last evening and witnessed the performance of Mama. 2 students were fined. I said we weren't going to just skim this paper, but it seems like we're reading it. Charles Sherwood, 19, and George Monkhouse, 17, medical students, were charged with assaulting the police and disorderly conduct in the streets. Thomas Coldray, a police sergeant, stated that about 12:30 on Friday, he saw a procession of 40 or 50 young men who he has since ascertained to be medical students, passing down Ludgate Hill. They were linked arm in arm, had sticks in their hands, and were knocking off people's hats. He spoke to some of them when there was a cry of, "Let him have it!" And the prisoner, Monkhouse, struck him over the eye with his cane. He took him into custody, and then Sherwood, going to Monkhouse's assistance, struck him in the shoulder with his umbrella. Prisoners paid their fine and went away laughing. Medical students causing ruckus. Murder of Sir Henry Cole shocks London. Here we go. The macabre murder of Sir Henry Cole has shocked London at its highest levels. That name should be familiar to you, because that's a guy who was involved with the Beer Act. The police are still looking for Reginald Ormond, the other guy in the Beer Act, in whose office Sir Henry's decapitated body was found yesterday. Police will not say if they suspect Mr. Ormond of Sir Henry's murder. They have not as yet been able to locate him for questioning. Both Sir Henry Cole and Mr. Reginald Ormond are members of Parliament and very influential in their respective parties. Both men are on the controversial Royal Commission appointed to make recommendations to the Parliament on the new Beer Act. Okay, there's our article. Wow, it's a 2-in-1. First, Sir Henry Cole is decapitated, and it was found in Mr. Ormond's office in Parliament. Wow. So this looks like our theory is starting to look pretty good. That there's some real estate manipulation going on with the Beer Act to maybe depress prices, and yeah. And Megan says, it sounds like Moriarty. It kind of does sound like it might be Moriarty who might be involved in such violent murders, but wow, okay. Look at this. It looks like we got more murder going on. Murder and robbery. Lambert's jewelry shop was the scene of a brutal murder and robbery early today. Edgar Jocelyn, owner of the shop, was murdered by one of the two robbers who broke into Lambert's just as the store was opening. Mr. Jocelyn was in his office with a client when the robbers entered the store. While one of the robbers held a gun on the two store clerks, the other thief entered Jocelyn's private office where he fatally shot Jocelyn and struck a blow to the head of the jeweler's client. At the time this paper went to press, the identity of the client was still unknown. Moments after the robbers ran from Lambert's, the client departed the scene as well. Anyone with information relating to this incident or the identity of those involved is urged to contact Scotland Yard. That's interesting. So Lambert's jewelry shop, murder robbery, Edgar Jocelyn, the owner, is murdered by one of the robbers just as the store was opening. The thief entered Jocelyn's private office and fatally shot him and struck a blow to the head of the client that he was meeting with right when it opened. Everything about this sounds suspicious. And then the client runs away. Client unknown. Boy, that's a fishy little story, huh? Yeah, are we going to find Belfour with a knot on his head? Was he in this store trying to pawn his wife's jewelry? And he got robbed? Very interesting. That's it. That's the paper. That was a pretty pleasant read. Only one article looks relevant to us, although others could be. Two articles look relevant to us. And this could be Belfort trying to pawn his jewelry. Where is Lambert's jewelry shop? Is it one of the criminal jewelry shops, or is it an upstanding one? All right, let's make our quick notes about the news, at least notes so we don't forget stuff. Day 2 news. We've got two articles. One is Henry Cole decapitated in Ormond's office. And Ormond can't be located, right? So Ormond is missing, either also dead or on the run. And these are Parliament members on the Beer Act Commission, otherwise known as the Royal Commission for the Beer Act. Okay, that's the first article. And then the second article is Lambert Jewelry Shop robbery murder. So at the opening of the shop, Edgar Jocelyn, the owner, killed. Sounds to me like an outright murder. Killed, he was shot. Well, we don't know if he tried to fight back, so I guess we shouldn't jump to any conclusions. I'm going to tell you about one of my favorite movies that this makes me think of in a second. And then mystery client hit on head. I wonder how they know that. And disappeared. So they don't know who the mystery client who was hit on the head, but we are going to keep our eye. And then I have my theory. Possible theory is that Belfort is the client pawning the wife's jewelry. That's our theory. Okay. Now, fun news. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you about a movie. John says, starting our day by going to the bank while we heard about yesterday. Absolutely, we're going straight to the bank. Okay, now, before we do that, that was a fun newspaper. Remember, we'll have to check over a previous newspaper too, like previous days' newspapers could be relevant to our future days. Okay, I want to recommend a movie called Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. I may have talked about it before on this channel. Has anyone know that movie, Before the Devil Knows You're Dead? Who's in that movie, if you know it? See if anyone remembers. I'll tell you a little story. Jonathan Moore says, I don't believe I've seen it. Okay. Well, Before the Devil Knows You're Dead is Philip Seymour Hoffman and Ethan Hawke. That's right. And Tina knows it. Philip Seymour Hoffman, the departed Philip Seymour Hoffman, and Ethan Hawke are in it. It almost looks like half like a low-budget movie, but half not. It's a very sort of small movie. It's also got Marissa Tomei in it, and the father is a famous actor as well. Okay, I shouldn't say anything more about it, but there's your movie assignment today. It's a Really good movie. Okay. But not a movie to be watched with family members or inappropriate, well, whatever. It's an adult movie. It's rated R. Just pay attention to the rating. I don't have to say anything more about it. But I'd love to talk about it if anyone watches it next time. In fact, we've got next sessions all this week, so you have a chance to watch it and talk about it in a couple days if you can find it. All right. So we are beginning day 2. We begin day 2 at 9 a.m. Well, we know the one place we want to start off by going is the bank where Belfour has an appointment. And let's see if he shows up there with a welt on his head. I guess we could start off by going right there. And then maybe we'll talk about our other plans for today. And figure out if we have a plan, if there are any places we care about. There were a couple more places on our list of places to return to, and I think maybe we should take a look this time at that list of clue points that changed to see if there's anyone's house we want to, or anyone we want to visit because they're planning on, because they're going to change what they're going to say. But let's head right off to that bank, Worthington Bank, and see if we can catch Belfour there. I just want to remind myself the article in the newspaper from yesterday that talked about the bank, so we can refresh our memory about this bank. Worthington Weakness Rumored by Christopher Jameson. Remember, this is the writer that Kearney was following when he was worried about Balfour. He says, this article says, fears continue to grow among members of England's financial community that the Worthington Bank teeters on the brink of financial disaster. Bank President Jack Knox, which is a member of the Marylebone team and Balfour's little circle, has repeatedly claimed that there is no substance to these fears and that the bank is solvent and quite confident concerning loans outstanding. Knox's reassurances notwithstanding, however, it would perhaps behoove the Royal Banking Commission to quietly investigate the Worthington's ledgers. Particular attention should be paid to loans made to various companies under the direct or indirect control of Mr. Jabez Balfour, director of Worthington. There's some evidence that these loans have not been evaluated by the same standards as the loans to other companies. One thing we didn't notice the first time is this a place we can go talk to these people at the Royal Banking Commission? I don't think so, but let me just look up Royal. Let's just see if there is a Royal Banking Commission. I don't believe there is in the directory. Royal, no. Okay, just to make sure. All right, let's head to this bank now that we know what it's all about. So, day 2, September 6th. Where did we say the bank was? Where's my day 1? Worthington Bank is 67 Northwest. Worthington Bank. And it's got the same clue point as yesterday. That's troubling. And that suggests we're not going to see what we think, because if it hasn't changed since yesterday, it's not going to have Balfour there. Are we sure that we're not sure that's the bank he went to? Let's just we assume he's a director of that bank, so that's where he would go. Right before we go there, though, the Balfour home is at 50 Southwest. Let's just look at our map for a second, because we should consider. So here's where his home is, right down in this corner here. You can barely see it. That's where his home is. If we weren't sure what bank he was talking about, if we looked up banks, there is a bank in his neighborhood at 60 Southwest. Credit Lyonnais, the French bank, is 10 minutes away from him. So let me just point out that actually there is an entry for that. Here, 60 Southwest has Credit Lyonnais Bank. However, that one also does not change. So, just something to consider. He said he was going to the bank. He said he had an appointment. Whereas the Worthington Bank is where? 67 Northwest. It's not that far away, actually. The Worthington Bank is, you know, what? 15, 30, 45 minutes away. $15, $30, $45. We got a little bit of a scale on the bottom of the map. The only thing that's Jonathan says on the catalog here was traffic to the Bank of England at 23 EC. On what day? You're saying we could find out what banks he went to in the past. Or are there any Queen's Park banks? My memory is we couldn't find any banks in Queen's Park. Yeah, there are no banks that we know of in Queen's Park. There's a gasworks, a cafe, a hotel, the Temperance Society, which we went to. No banks. Okay, Jonathan says, though, that the cab log has him traveling to the bank. Let's check that out. Let's check out that cab log. So, to remind ourselves, the cab rides for Monday was 154. We're taking our time starting this off to get us off on the right foot. Okay, so here's the cab log. If he's at 50 Southwest, the problem with these things is they don't tell you what neighborhood it's in. But Jonathan, you think you've identified some that might be near him? Let's see. Balfour's house to the Liberator Society. Okay. Do you have any other travels from his house to near a bank? Sorry, let me bring up Jonathan's notes here. The Liberator Society, Jonathan, has a link from Queen's Park to the... So from his office to the Bank of England, are they at 11 a.m.? Let's take a look at that. So Jonathan has identified that the 11 o'clock cab ride, from 11 Kingswood to 23 Threadneedle. Okay, so let's just see. 23 Threadneedle. Boy, this was some real work that Jonathan put in here. So if we go to the EC area of the map and find 23. Okay. So 23. So there you see that the Bank of England would be considered on 23 Threadneedle Street. So that is the exact address. It's not nearby. It's the exact address of the Bank of England. that would count as. I mean, could you, when you get addresses, it could be for multiple places, but that's a reasonable place. And it is near the stock exchange. Okay. Did you notice, Jonathan, that there's a return trip? It's not noted here, but Jonathan, I noticed myself from looking at it that there's a return trip. Where's my other thing? So 11 o'clock is an 11 Kingswood to Threadneedle, but then look down here. Here's looks like the return trip. So let's just make a note here. Threadneedle. And is this a return trip? At 11:50. So let's see. Jonathan thinks 11 Kingswood is going to be a Queen's Park address near where Balfour works. Well, Jonathan's right. There's Balfour's address at 11 Queen's Park, right off Kingswood. So I think Jonathan has found a convincing trip from Balfour to the Bank of England. Now, where is 72 Old Street? I'm curious if 72 Old Street is another Balfour place. It's not going to be, well, could it be Queen's Park? Where's 72 Queen's Park? Let's take a look. This feels like real detective work. I hope you guys aren't bored by all this instead of just walking into the bank. It's just we aren't sure what bank it is. Okay, well, 72 Queen's Park is the cricket ground. Is that going to turn out to be Old Street? We can't really tell. Doesn't look like it, though. How about in London? Where is Old Street? Anyone have any idea about, well, what did I say it was? 72 Old Street? $154. 72 Old Street. Let's look for our 72 Old Streets. Well, 72 Old Street looks like it's in the EC neighborhood here, but not an address that we know anything about. Okay. We don't have anyone on, I see, you do have it. You do have it, Bank of England. Okay. And you've got more trips. Huh, you've got more trips that day, jumping around. But let's not forget that maybe it's not unusual to have a cab with multiple, like if a cab takes someone place from A to B, it would not be unusual or part of a conspiracy that they would end up picking up someone in that neighborhood to a new place. It doesn't mean it's the same person jumping around. But I think for our purposes, though, there's no place 72 EC that no person that we know of being visited. Or that we know of, right? You could search in our, if you can search in our directory. In fact, I can search. (72 EC). All right, so we don't know of anyone with that address. 72 EC is City and Suburban Bank, says Anna. Huh. Jonathan, can you add that to your cab log? Which Megan points out makes some thematic sense. QP, Queen's Park, is a suburb. Maybe Balfour is desperate and going from bank to bank for a loan. I like this idea. If that's true, however, we don't know what bank he'd be going to for his appointment. Let's see in our list of places. Let's see if 72 EC is on our list of clues. It is. So 72 EC is on our list of clues. And then, so let me just write in. We think 72 EC was the suburban bank. And Bank Leonese is near him and is an entry. And what was the Bank of England one? 23 EC. There's also an entry for that. Bank of England. So there's entries for all these banks. Okay, he's jumping around to all the banks. Do we have an informant that's familiar with debts? Well, we've got Porky, who's familiar with underworld debts. Who are our other informants? This is looking quite promising, though, in terms of this guy jumping around to all these different banks. We don't really have a financial specialist. Let's look at the rest of the banks. Let's see if we can at least identify the rest of the banks. Bank of England we've done, 72 EC City and Suburban. Then we've got 75 Northwest is another bank. There's no entry for that one on our list. 68 WC, we do have a bank in our list. This is Continental Bank. Remember that just because a bank is at a location doesn't mean it's the location. It doesn't mean there aren't other people there. 60 Southwest is credit. I'm looking in the directory of banks here. 26 WC, that's not on our list. 69 EC, not on our list. 84 EC, not on our list. 67 Northwest, that's our Worthington. Okay, so we've got a couple of banks that our guy is going to. It looks like he was riding in cab rides. And a couple of those we have entries for. Worthington, Continental, Lyonnaise, and Suburban Bank. And we've got cab rides to all of them. Anna says, Balfour was giving all these dinners and lunches last week. Although he's in debt, somehow it was important to put his own men on the team. Yes, okay, but that's a different matter. We're trying to figure out what bank. There's only one thing that... If you're watching this, so someone posted on my video tutorial about one of the OBS plugins I wrote that said it's a 15-minute video and you spend the first 10 minutes talking about the other plugin, the built-in plugin, and why it's no good. The reason we're spending time here with this is because we're trying to get off to a good start, and we're enjoying this thinking process about what bank appointment he had and which bank he might have gone to. And I think Jonathan's cab trips maybe really turn out that maybe we can track him to different places, knowing that he's going to these banks. But so one thing I wanted to do, though, is I think we might be well advised to reread that one section where he talks about the appointment, because he mentions the 8:30 and 9 thing, and I wonder if that's significant in terms of walking distance or something. So, if we look at this quote, just read this with me again and see if you make any sense of this. Here is the discussion he's having. Let's make sure we're not missing anything here. We ask about Franklin Kearney. How can I help you? One of his telephone rings, and he says, excuse me, Balfour here. Yes, okay. And then he says, meet me at the bank at 8:30. Then he says, the appointment's at 9, so don't be late. What does that mean? How do you read that? How do you read his comment, the appointment's at 9, so don't be late? Is he saying, meet me at 8:30 so that the two of us can have this appointment at 9 that we both need to be there for? Or is he saying, meet me at the bank at 8:30 because I have to be somewhere else at 9? I kind of read it as saying the two of them, these two people, need to be at the bank at 8:30. Our best guess is Worthington's bank. And we're going to, theoretically, we would miss that actual appointment anyway if it took us 15 minutes to get there. So maybe we shouldn't expect to catch him there. But maybe we'll hear that he just missed it. I mean, what we could do is just pick our best bet of a bank and hit it. All right, so here's an interesting way to think about it. Let me just catch up on the chat, and then I'll give you an interesting thing to think about it. Anna's talking about the betting stubs. Let's not get off track here. What do they need to discuss before going into the bank? Anna says, I have a feeling that Balfour was optimistic, giving dinners. Okay, something. That's a separate issue. All right, so let me present two possibilities. That's Jonathan was thinking what I was thinking. Okay, so one possibility is we go to the Worthington Bank where he's a director. But the other possibility, Jonathan has just suggested what I was thinking. Is it possible that there's only one other bank he hasn't been to yet? And that by looking at his cab trips, we could identify what bank he hasn't been to and guess that that's where he's going. One fly in the ointment of that theory is there aren't entries on our clue points for all the banks in London. There are only entries for 3 or 4 of them. However, I believe that the only one he hasn't been to is the one right by his house, the Credit Lyonnais. Is it true that we haven't seen him anywhere near 60 Southwest in his cab rides? Maybe he could walk over to that one. So, although that's appealing, it doesn't seem like... Anna says, let's go check out these banks, focus on our new leads. Okay, so I think we should head to Worthington first. It's the place that we're most interested in. He's a director there, so we're going to get some good information there. And then if we hear he was just in there for a meeting, that's one thing. If not, we can go somewhere else. Maybe we'll decide to go to the other banks. Maybe not. All right. So we've spent an hour basically thinking about where to go next and reading the newspaper. It's time for a break. We'll come back. When we come back, we will head right to Worthington's Bank at 9 a.m. It's a good thing we got up early for coffee and discussion. When we come back from the break, we'll go to Worthington's Bank. This week-long stream is a real test for stamina. And you'll see what kind of person you are if you can stick with us through this whole thing. I'll see you in 8 minutes. I have to remember that I have that webcam with the audio still going through. So you hear me slurping. As our little 30-second interlude break here, I want to make a recommendation. Twining's Black Christmas Tea. I ordered this from Amazon in a two box pack. This is my favorite tea. So black tea, it says, embrace the magic of the season with the sweet and savory spice flavors of cinnamon and clove. That does not sound at all appealing to me. However, I do love this tea. I would love to hear in the chat what your guys' favorite tea is. All right. So in the chat, there were some accusations flying fast and free about Anna suspecting that Alice is in on it. She wasn't really crying or upset. I guess one possibility is that Anna is... when you said Anna's in on it, maybe you mean Anna is in on hiding Kearney. That seems more appropriate. And Tina says, why was the MP decapitated? Was someone trying to send a message? I was saying I wish we had talked to the MP before he died. And Jonathan reminds me that he actually was dead already yesterday. We heard the Scotland Yard talking about the decapitated MP. Now we know who it is. Megan says, we were talking about talking to Ormond. I said he's not in his office because he's on the run. But Megan says, well, we did write down his home. So we should probably, we already looked that up. I'm not sure we did look that up. I don't think we did. So I think we might want to try to find him at his home. Anna is saying, okay, Anna wasn't saying that Alice was in on the crime stuff. She's just saying Anna is hiding him. Okay, I think that makes a little more sense. All right, let's go to our bank. Worthington Bank, we don't know if that's where his appointment is, but we want to go there anyway because we want to learn about the bank. All right, so 1:15 is our clue point. 9 a.m. we're going to 67 Northwest, which is number 115. Day 2. All right. Let's mark it. 67 Northwest. Okay, there is the bank. I've been doing nothing but answering questions about that article all day. Irresponsible journalism, that's what it is. That Jameson fellow, I'd better be careful what I say, I suppose. Actually, Mr. Knox, we were wondering what you have to say about the article. Is there any truth to Mr. Jameson's accusations? He's talking about the article in the first paper. Of course there isn't. This bank's as solid as any. Jabez Balfour is a respected member of the business community. We're proud to have him on our board of directors, and we're happy to have his business. And he's in no way involved in the loan approval process. There simply is no truth to any of it. It's sensationalism. We're about to ask about Sunday's cricket match when a clerk announces that several reporters are waiting to speak to the bank president. I can see I'll spend the rest of the day answering these same preposterous questions. Good day. Well, we did not encounter, and then it says 15 minutes have passed. We did not encounter Balfour having his meeting at the bank. That's unfortunate. But we still have time to catch him. Okay, so did we learn anything at that location? Not really. He said Balfour not involved in loans. Denies the story. And it's now 9:15 a.m. Well, I still think it's worth trying to catch him at the bank. I just don't... We've checked out all the banks in the directory that we know of. Well, I checked the new directory. Maybe I should have checked the old directory for banks. All right, let's check this old directory. Let's make sure there are no places that we haven't looked at. Bank of England 23 EC. We think he's already taken a cab ride there. We do have an entry for it, but it's not one that changes. Here's a new one. Capital and Counties Bank, 75 Northwest. But that's not an entry on our thing. City and Suburban, that's the 72 EC one. We know about that one. Continental 68 WC, there is an entry for that. We've got that one. Cox and Company Bank 22 WC. No entry for that. Credit Lyonnais, we know about that one. There is an entry for that. Drummond Bank 26 WC. No entry. Holder and Stevenson Bank, 69 EC, no entry. Sylvester's Bank, 84 EC, no entry. Worthington, 67 Northwest. So there are a couple more banks we could go to try to see him. But it's a little bit of a cheat in the fact that I can see that their entries are all the same for yesterday. Do we know he was talking about today? Jonathan says there's 2 hits for the Continental Bank. Do we know that he was talking about today? Just gonna quickly check this. He says, okay, meet me at the bank at 8:30. The appointment's at 9, so don't be late. Pardon the interruption. We don't really even know he's talking about today. Shall we try and Anna says maybe we can't even catch him. Well, we don't have to actually catch him, but we could catch him, Anna. We're not going to get there before him, but we could get there with him leaving or someone telling us. Jonathan, shall we check the Continental Bank just for fun? Let's see what one of these other banks says before we move along. Let's go to the Continental Bank. Just to see what it says. Maybe we'll get more information about him visiting banks. So I'm going to go to 17 Continental Bank just to see maybe we could call ahead. WC, which is 17. Let's just see what the other banks say about him before we move on to something else. We speak with someone about Mr. Jabez Balfour's account. May we speak to someone about Mr. Jabez Balfour's account? Asks Wiggins of the young clerk who has intercepted us upon our entry into the Continental Bank building. That would be John Noyley. He handles all the Balfour Company's accounts. Let me see if he's available. The young man is gone for some time. When he finally returns, his attitude is not quite as cordial as previously. Mr. Noyley asked me to inform you that he is not available to discuss the confidential business of this bank's customers. Good day. Okay. So, John Noyley at bank handles Balfour. Sounds like Balfour has got accounts everywhere. He won't talk to us. Well, let's see what the chat wants to do. Did we check out Freddie Charrington yet? No, we did not. John says, looking into these banks did fill in a few unknowns from the cab log, so it was productive. It does seem like he's traveling to all these banks. And it says, let's get on with new clues, I say. Okay. Jonathan, are you okay with leaving, or do you want to finish up with these banks to get confirmation about the banks? Let me just, while we're doing that, let me just put a marker near the bank. There's no rush to go to the banks because none of the entries are changing. I mean, that's a little bit of a cheat that I know that based on my records, but it means there's no harm in us checking them later. In fact, we could look at some of the places that do change. So maybe, Jonathan says, let's do Bank of England, then we'll be done. Okay, let's do Bank of England. We can call them. We won't. All right, Anna, take it easy. We're going to go there. We're going to call the Bank of England and not eat up any time doing so. So the Bank of England is at EC. It was at Bank of England 23 EC. Bank of England 224. All right, we're going to do that quickly because Jonathan's made his catalogs, and we want to clear up 224. All right, so we've got two places we could go. This is actually kind of interesting here. We can go for account information or the printing office. Now, why is that? What do you make of that? All right, we're going to check out, we're going to ask to hear about the account of Balfour. So this is day 2. Clue number 1. Oops, I just lost the cover. All right, clue number 1, huh? Here we go. We're asking about Balfour's account at the Bank of England. How may I help you? Inquires the young man who has just introduced himself as Richard Cates. We'd like to speak with Mr. Oswald Mason, if we may. Could you please tell him that we're friends of Mycroft Holmes? This sounds like we shouldn't be here. Okay. It sounds like we should not be here yet. Based on that previous thing we just read about two choices and the introduction to the sentence, sounds like we shouldn't be here. This happens sometimes with these games, and our policy when we see something like that is to just stop reading. So we're just gonna forget we read that and move along. We'll come back. It sounds like our search of banks, the game designers did not intend us to do. All right, let's move along. We're just gonna rewind. That's right. Mycroft was giving out hints, but Jonathan figured it out without Mycroft. That's exactly what has happened, but we're gonna rewind and not do that. All right, so as we decide where to go, let's no, it's the thing that happens in these games. You go to a place before the designer intended you, and you hear a wrong thing. All right. So I'm going to undo our Bank of England trip. Okay. Now, I do want to point out the places that change in case we care. So Alice says something new she'll say to us today and tomorrow, so we may want to go to Alice again. Pinkerton, no. The Marleybone people, no. I'm just looking for things that we might want to make sure we don't miss today. So it looks like the Police Gazette, where Quentin is, has something new to tell us. Remember, he told us to come back, so we might want to go there. 35 EC is the Police Gazette. So we might want to make sure to hit him today. Jasper Meek says something. Lloyd Perkins, who sent us that letter, we surely want to go there. Hannah's been wanting to go there for a while. Shall we start there? Shall we go? Oh, Peter Northrop's house also has something new. Let's go somewhere. Let's go to the person who sent us that letter. Lloyd Perkins, if you'd come to my house today, I have some information you might find useful. All right, let's go visit Lloyd Perkins. Okay, Lloyd Perkins is at 47 EC. Let's go visit Lloyd Perkins. Okay, 47 EC up here. $48, $47. Okay. 47 EC, at least according to my records, is Lloyd Perkins, which is 254. He's asked for us to come talk to him. Let's see what he wants to tell us. Okay, clue 254. We've got two choices. We can either talk to Lloyd Perkins or visit the Sporting Times, which has an office here. Day 2, it's about 9:15. Well, we came here for Lloyd Perkins, but we should note that the Sporting Times also has an office here. Probably that's not what we want, right? 254. So let's go see Lloyd Perkins. $137. Is he going to be dead, you think? Or is he going to give us some good information? Wow, look at that. We've got our first time. We've got our first time entry. Day 2 at 9:15. So it looks like it's good we got there early. Anna was right to keep harping on visiting this guy early, because it looked like something bad would have happened, perhaps. I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay, 137 is Lloyd. And we've got 3 entries: before 10, before noon, and after 10. Okay, so 10 to noon, and then afternoon. Okay, well, it's before 10, so we're going to go to 168. But we're just going to note some other stuff here to check out later. Okay, 168. Hopefully he's alive. That's kind of exciting, huh? All right, let's see what he says. Holmes got my telegram. Oh, good. I just wanted to have a few words with you. Perkins leads us into his study and offers us all a seat. Since I found out yesterday that Holmes was looking into the affairs of Jabez Balfour, I've been thinking that there are some things I should tell you. We've not been engaged to investigate Mr. Balfour, but to find Franklin Kearney. Yeah, but one may be connected to the other, may it not? Can you tell us? I can't give you a direct link that will tie Balfour to Kearney's disappearance, but I can give you some interesting information on Balfour's organization. Why? Why? Yes, why are you willing to give us information on Balfour? Don't you work for him? Well, yes, I work for Worthington Bank, and Balfour is a director, correct? Well, yes, and the entire stock of the bank is owned by Balfour companies. I'd still like to know why you're willing to tell us about Balfour. Well, when I went to work for him, I was unaware of the type of man he was and the extent of his involvement in the underworld of London. Now that I know, I want to share my knowledge so he can be stopped. So we say, why not go to the police? You know how powerful Balfour is. Police wouldn't believe me. I have no real proof, but I do have access to the inner workings of the Balfour organization. What can you tell us? Balfour is in trouble. Worthington's is in trouble. It's overextended, largely because of a number of bad loans to Balfour companies. If Balfour doesn't come up with £500,000 in the next few weeks, he would lose everything. Sounds like an all too common story these days. Recession has hurt many businesses. The papers are full of tales of business failures. How do you know that Balfour is not just another victim of the business cycle? No, it's fraud. Intentional fraud. I'm afraid I'll sound like the official police, but what proof do you have? Proof? I can get you proof. I know where I can lay my hands on it. You come back later today or tomorrow and I'll have it for you. We'll look forward to it. He's not going to survive. Okay, so £500,000. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. In 1800s? That's a lot of money. Well, it was our theory that he was desperate for money, so that's nice to get that confirmed. This is day 2. We're still at 9:15. By the time we finish it, it's 9:45. So Balfour owes £500,000. And he says, come back later. Okay, just because I suspect he's going to be dead doesn't mean that we shouldn't come back. But he may have, and Tina says he's got 200,000 so far from the jewelry. Well, first of all, we have to talk to the insurance company. And second of all, the insurance company's not going to just hand him over $200,000, 200,000 pounds, but it says within a few weeks. So you could, theoretically, he could get paid off by the insurance company by then. So maybe he's got half of it, but that's only half of it. And why is he's engaged in the fraud, but why is he in trouble? He's overextended because of bad loans. I mean, if you're involved in fraud, you'd think you'd be able to avoid that, but maybe not. In the chat, Shay says, that's the reason why he broke that guy out of prison. He wants the plates to print money. Jonathan says, I like that idea. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible if he's in the underworld, he knew about it and he agreed to break him out of prison. It's certainly possible. Now, Lloyd, if we check on our notes, I think this confirms. I just want to direct your attention to the 3 people that weren't in the meeting. So when they had this meeting where everyone was angry, 3 people did not get invited in. Colin Kennedy, Lloyd Perkins, and the captain. So I think these people are not in on it. So we might talk to Colin Kennedy to see what he knows about Balfour's crooked stuff, or we might say we don't need to talk to him because he's not involved. Either way. All right. So Mycroft has different stuff to say today. He might be working today. We might talk to him since the bank one kind of suggested that Mycroft would point us there. So it might be time to go revisit Mycroft. We could go back to Peter Northrop's house and see if anyone's there, but probably they're going to do the same thing they told us before, which is get the hell out of here. I'm not talking to you. We could try to find that umpire. We could talk to the local police. It seems like we should investigate the decapitated body of the MP. And what about the person who wants us to investigate their accidental death? Have we looked that person up? Vincent Derrick at 90 EC? Should we be visiting his house? Or if he was dead from July, maybe there's no rush. Maybe we should save that for the next day. Don't you think? Like, maybe that observation by Jonathan that it was from July means there's no rush. Vincent Derrick is 90 EC, to confirm. I don't think he's our priority. I don't think we go visit him. I think we should visit the jewelry robbery stuff and the MPs. You want to visit Orman's office to try to find Orman? What about Orman's home? If he's missing, I just don't believe he's going to be at his office. But they might be able to tell us something about the dead body. Also, now we can go to Meeks and the criminologist to find something about the dead body and what was on him, although we think it's probably going to be for revenge. Or related to the Beer Act. Wasn't the body found in the office? Yes, the body was found in Orman's office. So you're saying let's go to Orman's office as a scene of the crime? So let's visit Orman's office as a scene of the crime. Yes, okay, fair enough. All right, what do we have for Orman's office? Henry Cole and Ormond. So Henry Cole is the one that's dead, and Ormond is the one who's missing, and the body was found in his office, 54 WC. AJ Hunter says 500,000 pounds is worth approximately 15 million in today's dollars. That's craziness. Okay, so we're going to go to Ormond's office at 9:45 a.m. Ormond's office, and Ormond's office is 54 WC. 54 WC is Ormond's office, which is 11. Agnes Ormond receives us in her well-appointed drawing room with her son Rodney standing by her side. We're sorry to bother you at this time, but if you're up to it, we'd like to ask you a few questions. I'll try to answer them if I can. I do not understand what happened. We have heard it said that your husband and Sir Henry were enemies. Is that true? No, that is not true. It's what the public likes to believe, but it's not true. Reginald would not kill Henry. Henry was my cousin, and what he did in the past was to help me. What did he do? That was 20 years ago. I see no reason to bring that up now. My husband and I worked it out and put it behind us. You'll not find the reason there. Mrs. Ormond breaks into light sobbing. Her son tries to comfort her to little effect. Please, would you leave us now? Oh, he says that. The son says, please, would you leave us now? My mother needs to rest. Okay, so we're told that Henry Cole and Ormond had some bad event 20 years ago. We could find a court record of that. We could if we cared, but she says it's not related. And we believe it, because you don't decapitate someone on a 20-year-old thing. Right? So it's 10:15 a.m. Well, that didn't help us, though. But I went to his home, and Anna was saying go to his office. All right, that would be in Parliament, maybe. Maybe we just go to Parliament Do we have an informant in Parliament too? Who's our informant in Parliament? Do we have an informant in? We don't have an informant in Parliament. But I think that's probably where we should be going, right? Parliament is 16 Southwest. All right, so let's go bring ourselves to Parliament to find his office. That was his home. All right, 202 is Parliament. Did I mark 54WC? We're going to be all over London by the time this game is done. So there's the home we went to there. And now we're going to Parliament to try to get the scene of this decapitation. Decapitation in Parliament? That's pretty serious. Okay, 16WC is Parliament. 202. Oh boy. Parliament Directory. This is gumshoe all over again. All right. Well, what do you think? 10:15. We've got 4 choices here. Clark, William, Henry Cole, the dead guy, Reginald Ormond, where the body was found, Roger Peel, we don't know anything about him, and the visitors gallery. So we're going to go to the scene of the crime, which is Reginald Ormond's office, 167. Whether we want to go to Henry Cole's office is a different question. Might have some clues in it. But we're going to start by going to 167. This is 10:15. As I told the police already, I have not seen Mr. Ormond since Wednesday morning. At that time, he mentioned that the members of the Royal Commission were meeting for luncheon at Ye Old Cheshire Cheese. He then planned to spend the afternoon at his law office. That was the last I saw of him. Can you tell us where his law offices are located? Of course. 66 Upper Thames, and I will say again, I can't believe that Mr. Ormond had anything to do with the murder of Sir Henry. 66 Upper Thames, 10 minutes. Okay, so 167, we're told Wednesday morning, which is September 5th, the Beer Act Commission was meeting at Ye Old Cheshire Cheese for lunch. Then at law office, which is located at 66 Upper Thames. That's going to be a street address, Upper Thames Street. All right, now, the question is, and Jonathan says he's located that's at 66 EC. If we look at 66 EC, we're going to see Upper Thames Street. There's 66. And there's Upper Thames Street. So there's his law office right there. So it makes sense that we would want to track him down. The question is, while we're here in Parliament, should we go into the office of the guy who was decapitated? It seems like we should, right? I mean, for evidence while we're there, if you're role-playing it, it's like a no-brainer. Obviously, we want to say, hey, can we look in? It's a little surprising that they're going to let us in, though. But let's go to Henry Cole's office and see if they'll tell us anything about this decapitated guy. Maybe we can get it for free. So Henry Cole is at 171. All right, here we go. The atmosphere in the office of the late Sir Henry Cole can be best described as somber. The only occupant at the moment is a well-groomed young man of serious mind who sits at the only desk in the outer part of the office suite. He's wearing a black armband for mourning, and he looks up as we enter. Wiggins takes off his hat as he approaches the young man's desk. Excuse me, I'm most sorry to bother you, but we're investigating the death of Sir Henry. Could we ask you a few questions? It is most appalling. We're all still in a state of shock. Why would anyone want to murder Sir Henry? That's what we wanted to ask you. I honestly can't explain it. I've heard rumors of the past personal differences between Sir Henry and Reginald Ormond, but they've worked together on numerous commissions and projects. I've seen nothing to indicate such a deep-seated animosity. Can you tell me about his Wednesday schedule? Did he have an appointment at Mr. Ormond's office? No, as a matter of fact, he did not. He left his office about noon to attend a meeting of the Royal Commission at Ye Old Cheshire Cheese. I understand he never arrived. Don't know what else I can tell you. Okay. He never arrived. So he was supposed to meet with the rest of the commission, and he never arrived. And 25 minutes have passed. I'm just going to count that one as our 25 minutes. So now it's 10:40. I'm going to ignore whatever the other one was. I forget it was 15 minutes or so. All right. So we could go to the Cheshire Cheese and ask about the meeting, but it seems we'd be better off, if we could find Ormond, we might get it right from... What was his first place in P, says Anna. I don't know what that means. What was this first place in P? Oh, the first places. The choices we had in Parliament was William Clark's office. We don't know who that is, I don't think. Then Henry Cole, and then Reginald Ormond, and then a Roger Peel. We don't know who that is either. I don't think we have a William Clark in our list of people, do we? Or is it possible that that's one of our people in one of our Marleybone people? No, it's not. We don't know who either of those people are. But for the records, I guess we want to write that down. Okay. So we've got a couple of options here. We can keep pursuing Roger Ormond. Try to catch him at his law offices. We could go to the Cheshire Cheese. I suppose we should look that up if we wanted to see if anyone overheard anything about that conversation. For the purposes of our... Let me look up restaurants. I don't have a Cheshire Cheese. Does anyone... We don't know. There's no Cheshire Cheese unless it's in one of our newspapers. The Cheshire Cheese is not in the directory, but I'm curious to see if we might catch it in an ad. Don't see it. Anna says, ye old Cheshire Cheese. You have to look under Y or inns. It's not a restaurant, it's an inn, and it's listed under Y. Wow, that's a good call. Okay. So, ye old Cheshire Cheese is 34 EC. Okay. Good catch, boy. I don't know what I would do without you guys. All right, so let's talk about our plan here. One avenue of attack is to follow down this murder of the MPs. Now, what's our working theory here? Either this is totally unrelated to our case and it's this personal matter, which we don't believe for a moment, or this is involved in our Beer Act business dealings. It wouldn't be surprising if he wasn't murdered because he was going to vote a certain way about the Beer Act, right? If that's what we're concerned about, it would be nice to hear about this Beer Act. I still think Mycroft is the person who knows about Parliament, and especially since we stumbled onto something about his advice, I'm inclined to want to go talk to Mycroft soon. Megan is leaving us now. Thanks for coming by. So that's one possibility. Another idea is to look at the cab logs and see if we can see that he left his Parliament office and where he might have gone. But the cab logs from Parliament might have lots of people in it. It would be hard to know which ones he was taking. We'd like to track his movements to find out how he got killed. We could try to, we thought we might have scene of the crime, but we haven't, but maybe visiting Lestrade to find out about this decapitated MP, what he knows. Lestrade at Sherlock Holmes might know more about what's happened. And Jonathan is saying here, I feel like we should check into the dead man who sent the letter, just so we should get some sense if it will fit in. Just to see if it's related. If it's not, go after Derek. Go after the MPs. All right, so we're going to do that then. We're going to take a little diversion to find out about this person who says that my death wasn't accidental. So we're going to go to his house and see what that's all about. Vincent Derrick at 90 EC. Okay. I'm willing to spend one little time period on him. It's 1040. 90 EC, Vincent Derrick. Let's just get some feel for what this mysterious letter is about. Is anyone going to answer the door? We don't know. Okay, 90 EC. $92. 90 EC. All right, 90 EC. It's 188. Okay. Before I forget, should we be going to get cab logs every day? Like, we've got cab logs for Monday and Tuesday. Yesterday's cab log will be available today. Just remember that. Don't forget. Okay, 1040, day 2. All right, let's see what we've got here. These are on me, Wiggins, says Porky. Wait. What's happening? Why is it Porky? Did I misread it? 90 EC. Maybe I misread that. 90 EC is 166. Sorry. Hard to read. Okay, 90 EC is 166. Sorry. So let me just cross off that. All right, 166. My apologies. All right, well, when we get to 90 EC, we're given two choices. Vincent Derrick or Arnold Shank. Presumably lives at that same address. Well, let's start with Vincent Derrick, but I wonder if we shouldn't talk to his neighbor if we can't find him at his door. Anna says Shank is the one with the brewery. He is? From the newspaper? What are you Oh, that's Glenn Judson of Shanks and Theakston's. Arnold Shank, brewer Arnold Shank. That's interesting. It was in the paper. Do we have him written down on our list of people? And if not, why not? How do you remember it if he's not in our list? And why isn't he in our list? Anna does have amazing recall. Anna says, I did write it down. Is it on a different list? Doesn't seem to be in our main list. Well, let's get it in there. It is in our newspaper to confirm. A bunch of people were mentioned. Well, we did remember that a bunch of people were mentioned. Henry called Reginald Ormond, and then here are the Brewers. Arnold Shank and Glenn Judson of Shanks and Theakston, and Sir Whiston Dart. So we need to have these people in our directory. I guess we got to stop now and do that because we did not write it down, or at least I don't see it here. Maybe it's my fault for getting rid of it, and now Google is doing its thing, so we got to reload this page. Go back to our people. It's really quite annoying when it does that. Doesn't want me to edit it. Okay. And why doesn't it want me to edit it? We just close it and reopen it. Now can I edit? Yes. Okay. So from our Beer Act, we've got Sir Henry Cole, MP. So this is shame on us for not taking better notes here. Thankfully, Anna remembered. We've got Reginald Ormond, MP. And then we've got Arnold Shank, Brewer. Glenn Judson, Brewer. And then we've got Sir Whiston Dart, who we don't know what his role is. These are all the commissions. So these aren't just people involved in the Beer Act. These are members of commission. Okay. So these are the people that we're going to meet at the Cheshire Cheese. All right. With that covered, with that little, what's the word I'm thinking of? With that little admonition about the quality of our notes, you don't want to depend on our memories. Thankfully, Anna is here with her good memory. Okay, let's visit. So they both live in that same place, huh? That's weird. Maybe it's their office. All right, let's see what happens if we ask for Vincent Derrick. I'm sorry, Mr. Derrick no longer lives here. He's dead, you know. Did you know him? No, we bought this house from his widow. Do you know where she lives now? Yes, if you wait a moment, I will get her address. Mrs. Rheingold is gone for only a moment. Here they are. Mrs. Derrick now lives at 50 Old Sultan Street. Her daughter, Miss Rose Derrick, lives at 60 Sloane Street. They were both living here at the time of Mr. Derrick's death. Okay, so this is 1040, day 2. Okay, Mrs. Derrick lives at 50 Old Sultan Street, and Rose Derrick lives at 60 Sloane. 50 a Sultan, and then Rose Derrick, which is going to be the daughter, 60 Sloan. And then 10 minutes have passed, so it's 10:50. All right, let's find these addresses on our map. 50 O'Sultan. Did I already map? Yeah, 50 O'Sultan. All right, let's look at our 50s. You might imagine they'd stay in the same neighborhood, so let's start with that neighborhood. Probably the chat has already found it, but I like to find it myself. This is one of the fun things, so I'm going to look for it myself. Let's see, 42, 49, 50. Okay, 50 EC is not there. Okay, how about they move to West Central? There's 50 and there's O'Sultan. Okay, so here we go, 50 at WC. That's where the wife moved. Let's see if the daughter moved nearby. 60. Here's 60. No. Sloan, maybe she stayed in the old neighborhood. Where's 60? No, she didn't stay in the neighborhood. Maybe she lost money and moved down to the southeast. $60, no. Okay, maybe she made money and she moved to a nicer neighborhood. Well, Credit Lyonnaise is 60, but I don't see a Sloan. Yes, I do. It's a little off the mark. Sloan is here. It looks like that might be it. She might be working at the, she might be living near the Credit Suisse Bank, Southwest. Let's just check Northwest neighborhood before we conclude for sure that there's not another Sloan Street. To 60s Park Lane. Okay, it looks like Sloan Street is right at this corner here, so maybe she is there. All right. And Tina says, so it was reported that he was dead and he wasn't in July, but now he is dead. Huh. That's an interesting theory. Are you saying we were told here when they moved? That I missed that? That's sort of important. He's dead. I bought this house from his widow. Okay, so, and Tina, you're jumping to the conclusion that he wasn't dead in July because that's when the postmark of the letter was. That's not a bad idea. Well, this is an interesting discussion because I think Tina and Anna are sort of arguing opposite possibilities. And I think Anna was saying how I read it. But I think Tina is more likely to be right. I was thinking that the letter came in from a relative or a friend pretending to be from him, saying his accident was dead. But I think maybe Tina's suggestion, maybe that's not what you were explicitly suggesting, but maybe what you're saying is more likely, that he wrote it in July knowing that he was going to be murdered. And so he's basically sent this letter saying, hey, I'm going to be murdered. He just wrote it weird. So I'm wondering if it's not the case that he wrote it in July when he was alive. We don't know the dates when he died, though. But we could go to the Somerset. We could go and find out when he was dead. How about that? Should we go and get a date when he died by looking at the registry of births and deaths? Look for his death certificate? We also could check, you know, the autopsy guy. Anna says, then he should have written to Holmes and saying, help, someone wants to kill me. I agree with you. That would be the logical thing to do. I think the logical thing for us to do is go to the records of death and find out when he died. Who's our contact for that? It's the Somerset House, 17WC. I know I said we were going to leave off Vincent Derrick for a bit, but now that we've got a sort of a tie-in with the brewery, I wonder if we should talk to Arnold Shank while we're there. Logically, role-playing it, we should talk to Arnold Shank while we're there, right? Maybe we can find out, why do you live in the same place as this guy? Let's talk to Arnold Shank before we leave, and then we'll find out when this guy died. We've gotten sidetracked here, but we're going to role-play it a little bit. We're at this house. We're going to go ask to talk to Arnold Shank. All right, here's Arnold Shank. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Shank is not in. He's probably at his brewery, or he might be at Parliament, or perhaps at Mr. Ormond's office. He's been spending a good deal of time at both places since he was appointed to the Beer Act Commission. And where's his brewery? 4 Rivington Street. And then this is only 5 minutes, so it's 10:55 now. Okay, so Shank is on the commission. And I wonder if he got appointed. No, he was already appointed by the time he was in the news. I was going to say, was he appointed because the other guy died? And his brewery is at 4 Rivington. And he meets with Ormond. It may be important for us at some point to figure out who's loyal to what side of this Beer Act. So it is important for us to keep track that Shank seems to be friends with Ormond. Okay, let's find where 4 Rivington is. It's a brewery. We should know where the breweries are, but I'm not sure. Let's check about here. Here it is in the upper EC, 4EC. Okay, so Shank works up here at 4EC. Something we haven't been doing for this game, but we have in the past, is put stickers on places before we go to them. Like we know there's something there we want to go to, so we put a sticker on it. I wonder if we shouldn't have been doing that, so that way even if there's some place we haven't gone to, we won't forget. If we're looking up a cab trip or something, we'll have a sticker there. We haven't been doing it reliably. Mrs. Derrick was 50 WC. I'll just do it from now on, maybe. 60 Southwest was Rose. We just have to remember to change those out as we visit them. Okay, so then we said we were going to go to the... Anna says, I have a list of places we haven't been to. It's long. Okay. All right, let's go to the Office of Deaths and see if we can find when Vincent Derrick was killed. It's always nice to build out our timeline, so maybe that'll be useful. Births, deaths, wills, etc. 17 WC, Somerset at 10:55 a.m. Somerset House. 17 WC. Okay, well, 17 WC. That's not right. Did I get Disraeli's thing wrong? Because he's not in the direct. There is no WC. Somerset House is WC 17. Huh. Okay, well, there's no entry in this game for 17 WC. So we can't do that. Interesting. Okay. Well, what do you think, guys? Where do you want to go next? I guess it's time for a break. Oh boy, we may not finish day 2 today. This game may take longer than we think. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Sorry for that extra delay. I had to go down and check the boiler. So we were thinking, okay, maybe it's time to now look for the MPs or Vincent Derrick, but it suddenly struck me that we really let go of our Belfour appointment lead too quickly. And Belfour is our main subject in this entire case. And probably we should have gone to his office, and maybe he wouldn't be there, but they would know where he went. And then there's his house. So I think what we should do now is, before we go anywhere else, go to his office in Queen's Park and see if they can tell us where he went. And I hope we don't get told, like, is it before 10 a.m.? Then you get to find out where he is. But let's go to his office and then maybe go to his home. So his office is at 11QP. So 11QP, Belfour Liberator office, which is a changed entry. It's entry 43, so we know it's not going to be the same as yesterday. Let's see what we get here. I'm gonna be sad if... Wait, is it changed or is it the same? Oh, it's actually the same. So his office, there's no reason to go to. Looks like maybe it'll change tomorrow. All right, so let's go to his house then. Where is the Belfour house? The Belfour house is at 50 Southwest. 50 Southwest is different. Okay, let's see what happens if you go to the house a day after we were already there about the robbery. 204. Which is 50 Southwest, Belfour house. Let's see what we see. 204. All right, so we're at the Belfour house. Let's see what happens. The butler shows us into the drawing room, where we're greeted by a familiar voice. Hello, Wiggins. The voice is that of Matt Moser. The large private detective is settled in one of the large overstuffed chairs which are scattered in clusters throughout the drawing room. We join Matt in his group of overstuffed chairs. What brings you here, Matt? Is Matt Moser the Pinkerton guy? Is that where we know him from? What brings you here, Matt? The charming Mrs. Belfour. She's gonna tear London apart until she gets her jewels back. Tried to tell her to save her money and let the police handle it. That they're best equipped for this sort of thing. It's my guess the jewels are long gone from London. Anna says this is not Pinkerton. This is someone else, Matt Moser. We don't know who he is. Why is that, we say. Well, it's the most logical solution. They'll get a higher price elsewhere and there's less chance of getting caught. At this point, Mrs. Belfour sweeps into the room. Thank you for waiting for me. I've decided to take my Mr. Moser's advice and let the police handle this matter. My husband agrees that this would be the best course of action. I'll be leaving London this evening to spend a week with my family. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do to prepare for my departure. Mrs. Balfour sweeps out of the room before we can respond to her announcement. The butler appears and offers to show us out. 25 minutes passed. So it's now 11:20. We met Matt Moser. We don't know who this is. The large private detective. We know he's a PI. Okay, and we know she's gives up the search for jewels. Very convenient that she's giving up the search for jewels, huh? The husband agrees. I'll bet he does, because there was no real robbery. I want to find and see if he's got a lump on his head. However, we can go back to his place and see him, and there's no mention of it, so maybe not. I'm kind of interested in pursuing the murder at the jewelry store. I'm trying to see if there are any places of that where the stuff is changing. What about the umpire? In the chat, they're talking about how the wife changed her tune. She talked to their husband. He said, stop messing around with the jewelry. John says, the fact that the office was unchanged means the bank meeting has not happened yet. I think it probably does mean that. I think it probably does mean that the meeting hasn't happened yet. Otherwise, we'd be hearing about it when we revisited. So the local Queen's Park Police has a changed location. Peter Northrup's house has a change in it. David Sadler has a change in it. Mycroft. The Pall Mall Gazette, where our friend is, who's looking for information, has a change. Seems like we should talk to our friend who wanted us to come back. We should talk to Mycroft Holmes. I want to talk to that umpire. I believe that umpire's up to no good. What was his name? And I want to find out about the jewelry store death. But James Stratford, the umpire, is at 87 EC. It doesn't change, but I think it's important that we should go there. So I'm gonna say we should go to the Empire, 87 EC. $11.20 Umpire James, who's at 87 EC. Which is number 85. Mr. Stratford, if you don't mind, we'd like to ask you a few questions about Sunday's cricket match. I doubt if I can help you much. I wasn't there. Sir? We understood you're one of the umpires. Well, I was supposed to be, but for some reason there was a last-minute substitution. I don't understand. Well, I'd be the first to admit it was a bit unusual. I've never heard of such a thing myself, but early Sunday morning a boy arrived with a message saying there had been a change in umpires and apologizing for any possible inconvenience. As I said, it was quite strange, but I hadn't been particularly anxious to umpire the game. Who is the message from? I don't know. I guess I didn't question it too much, what with the quid enclosed, but that's all I know. Early Sunday morning. We don't have cab records. Okay, so James Stratford doesn't sound like our James anymore. Was not umpiring. Last minute change. Sunday morning. Plus 10 minutes, so now it's 11:30. Well, interesting. What about the other umpire, says Jonathan? I have a question too. Does the other umpire... The other umpire was Sanford Pittman at 93 WC. There's not even an entry for 93 WC, if that is indeed his address. So we have a Pittman. We have two Pittmans. 70... Oh, Sanford Pittman. There he is. 93 WC. WC does not... Oh, it does exist. Sorry, it does exist. And no, it doesn't change. Well, the question is, do you want to see what he has to say? And we're going to say no because his entry doesn't change. Okay. Maybe our James was Moriarty after all. It's possible. Okay, what about the MP angle? What about the robbery thefts? Did we find the location of the store? Here's my notes. Lambert Jewelry Shop. Did we look up the Lambert Jewelry Shop so we get an address? And then Edgar Jostin was the owner. Lambert Jewelry is probably Lambert's, 88 Southwest, you think? '88 Southwest. I'm trying to get a look at Belfour before he recovers from the hit on the head, if that was indeed him, although I have my doubts. And we have jewelry store. Where's our notes on the jewelry store? Because we should write it down. Lambert's Jewelry, 88 Southwest. Yes, okay. And the Pearl Insurance is 86 EC, if you want to... EC. I'm very curious about this jewelry store. Can we go to the jewelry store first and then we'll catch up with our MPs? Just because I want to see if we can connect Belfour to this. '88 Southwest. 88 Southwest is a place that seems to change, so it is good to go there. This is Lambert's. 56. So 1130 Lambert's. 88 Southwest is number 56. Before I do that, we were just at the umpire's house, 87 EC. Let's mark that. EC. Okay, and now we're going to 88 Southwest. Where is that? 88. Near the card club is where the jewelry store is. Okay, here we go at Lambert's, where the owner was just killed. Oh, this is a cool one. All right, settle in. 11:30, day 2. What are you doing here, Wiggins? Question comes from Inspector Lestrade. He's standing by a broken display case, his ever-present notebook in his hand. Well, Inspector, do you mind if we look around? Yes, but I'll save you the trouble of bringing up all the times Holmes has helped me and I just let you in. I have so many cases now, I can use all the help I can get. Thank you, Inspector. What are the details? Listen closely, because I'm only going to go through them once. 2 employees, Eric Idler and Leland Johnson, arrived at the shop at 8 o'clock, as they do every morning, to set up the shop. At 8:45, Mr. Jocelyn arrived. He had a 9 o'clock appointment. Whoa, this is his appointment at 9. Is this Belfour's appointment at 9? With the Mr. Jones. It could be a fake name. He had a 9 o'clock appointment with a Mr. Jones. At 9 o'clock, Mr. Jones, carrying a black bag like a doctor's bag, showed up for his appointment. He and Mr. Jocelyn went into Jocelyn's office there in the back. A few minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. The store doesn't open until 9:30. When Mr. Idler opened the door, 2 men armed with pistols pushed their way in. One of the 2 men stood by the door holding his gun on Johnson and Idler. The other gunman made his way to Jocelyn's office. He kicked open the door and charged in. Shouts were heard, then a single shot. A moment later, the gunman ran out of the office carrying Jones's black bag. The other gunman moved over to the glass case and smashed it with his gun. He then grabbed a handful of watches, stuffed them into his pockets. Then they left the store. Before Johnson and Idler could do anything, Jones, his head bloodied, came running out of the office. He looked around the shop, then ran out. Johnson, at this point, went into his boss's office, found him dead, shot once through the heart. Idler ran into the street and called the police. By that time, both the robbers and Jones were gone. Is that a correct summation of the events? Lestrade asked Johnson and Idler, who've been listening to his retelling. Yes, Inspector, they answer in unison. Any questions, Wiggins? Do you have descriptions of robbers and Jones? Give him your descriptions, Lestrade says to the 2 clerks. Go ahead, Eric, offers Johnson. Both the robbers were small. I would say 5'3", 5'5" at the most. They both had light brown hair and long sideburns. You know, they looked almost like brothers. Both were dressed in cheap black suits. The one who stayed by the door, his right hand, the one that held the gun, it was covered with scars, almost black, like it had been badly burned at some time. Anything else? Asks Lestrade. No, my eyes stayed on that gun pointed at me. He just kept it pointed at my heart. Gun looked like a cannon. Leland? I think the gun looked so big to Eric that everything else shrank in comparison. I was standing near my desk, the one by Jocelyn's office door. The one who entered Jocelyn's office was tall, almost 6 feet. He did have brown hair. The one standing by the door was small, but he was an Indian with dark skin and black hair. Dark skin, that's what Eric saw when he stared at the hand holding the gun, not burn scars. I'm not sure, says Eric. It all happened so fast. So basically these 2 witnesses are giving completely conflicting stories about the two robbers, descriptions. I'm not sure. It happened so fast. What were their voices like? I didn't say a word. They both agree on that. What about the man who called himself Jones? He was big, states Idwer, with Johnson nodding in agreement. Well, I guess it wasn't Belfour. Belfour's a dwarf. He was tall, over 6 foot, light reddish hair. He was built like an athlete, like a boxer. Must have weighed 200 pounds, and he had an accent like an Irish brogue. I would agree with that, says Leland. He had a bad gash on his head when he ran out of here. Had you seen him before? No, he called and wanted an appointment with Jocelyn. I gave him one. Mr. Jocelyn mentioned to me that he did not know who Jones was. Is this the butler? Or one of the cricket athletes. Have you ever seen it before? No, he called and wanted an appointment with Jocelyn. I gave him one. Mr. Jocelyn mentioned to me that he did not know who Jones was. Could we see the office? Asks Wiggins. Go ahead. The office is small and contains only a large safe, a desk, and 3 chairs. Wiggins makes a sketch of the layout. Look at this. Anything else, Wiggins? Asks Lestrade. Not that I can think of. Good, let's lock the place up. Both Lestrade and Wiggins put away their notebooks and we leave the shop. Wow, okay. So I've got a crime scene. 1.5 hours elapsed to hear this description. Lots of details. This is going to go in our dense clues list. 2 robbers. We get mixed descriptions. One says they're both short. One says they're tall. One says his hand is burned. One says he's got an Indian with dark skin. But they both agree Jones was big and tall, over 6 foot, athlete, 200 pounds, accent, Irish brogue. Could this be our butler? I forget if the butler is described as having... I don't believe that these guys have set up this crime, because otherwise, if they did, they would have agreed on the details. He says the gun was pointed at his heart, which would lead some credence to the fact that maybe Jocelyn got killed because he made a false move, not that it was an assassination attempt. And then Jones, gash on head. So, wow, that's a serious clue. Okay, so Anna says, I think it's one of the team members. He's athletic. I would tend to agree with you, which is why I'm going to propose that we go back to the Morley Bone Club now and see if we can notice one of them with a gash in their head. It's now 1 p.m. That was a nice big clue. You could imagine that you could visit those people at their home and get more. I mean, maybe we should note 2 witnesses. Let me just write down their names, because you could imagine we might be able to get more information from them at their home. Let's see. We've got Eric Idwer and Leland Johnson. Eric Idwer, Leland Johnson. I mean, it's not likely that they'll have more information to add, but it's good for our records. Jonathan says, what's the point of the diagram, though? Is it to show they really should not have been able to hold them both up? I just took that diagram to be what you would draw and not being actually useful to us. But maybe we should take another look at it. He grabbed some watches on the way out. One guy holds them up. There's nothing much useful here for us. I don't see how this helps us. Anna says, boxing is more like the betting sport. Maybe we haven't seen this Irish guy yet. Could it tie in with the betting stubs we found? I might not have seen Jones, as he could have been behind the door. They saw Jones run out with the gash in his head. That explains why the newspaper knows that he got hit in the head. We actually don't know that he got hit in the head, right? We know he ran out with a wound on his head. Tall, 6 feet, light reddish hair. Let me just mark this. Light reddish hair. And he had a black bag. Let's see. He called on the phone. We know our guy likes to call on the phone. What else? What about his bag? It is weird that they shot this guy. At 9 o'clock, Mr. Jones carrying a doctor's bag. Showed up, and then they both went in. Okay, so these two people in the front. Paper said he was knocked unconscious. Yeah, sounds like maybe the paper got it wrong. But Jones, head's bloodied, comes running out of the office. Looks around the shop, then runs out. We shouldn't... is it possible that they're in it together? Like 9 o'clock is the appointment. I wonder if they're not robbing the jewelry store. So, in other words, one possibility, assuming this is Belfour's jewelry, one possibility is he was trying to I'm going to get to Anna's comment in a second. That's another interesting possibility. So one possibility is that Belfour is trying to pawn his jewelry and someone tipped off robbers and robbers robbed him. The other possibility is not that he was pawning the jewelry, but he was robbing the jewelry store. And it was a planned setup where one person goes in with an empty black bag, goes to his office, and then has the robbers come in and then plans to fill up the safe with the robbed stuff, and then the three of them leave. And he got wounded on the head on the way in. We have to find this person. And then Anna says, it sounds like maybe one of the employees is lying to confuse the police. So, if you believe that one of the witnesses, workers there, might be in on it, then it would make sense to try to track these two down and talk to them at their home. I am starting to think that this was a robbery set up, not actually pawning jewelry. But that would sort of depend on what further information we learn. Anna says, my theory is this. Some kind of underworld rivalry thing. Someone wants to sink Balfour, so robs him, and he couldn't acquire the money he needed to go bankrupt. I think the robbers were in on it, and the one with the black hand was from the safe. Those are interesting theories. I have my gut tells me that this Mr. Jones went in with the black bag. I thought it was originally going to be filled with jewels to pawn. I now think, at least I have an inkling feeling that the Mr. Jones is part of the robbery crew. And he's gone in on some premise, and that maybe Balfour is one of the robbers, and that the three are working together. Mr. Jones with the black bag and the two robbers are working together, and that the two workers are not in on it. But I really don't have high confidence of that at all. That's just a working theory. All right. Well, it's 1 p.m. now. Let's see. Where do we want to go next? If we think that maybe we can track down I think we should go to the Marleybone Club, perhaps, to see if... Oh, no, that hasn't changed. Okay. The Marleybone Club hasn't changed. There's no point in going back there. All right, well, we could go to Mycroft. The Irish Brogue. When we went back to her house to talk to the butler, I want to see how the butler is described. I know he's described as sort of a big hulking guy. Imposing Georgian structure, and so is Balfour the butler. That's all he's described as. Ralph Bell. Thoughts of where to go next? Anna says, I still think it was Balfour's jewels in the bag and the rival robbed and killed the owner. That's a good idea. John says, my gut is that they must have taken or planted something specific in the jewelry store owner's safe and had to kill him so he could not say what. Wow, these are just all different theories. I mean, I was the first to think he was pawning his jewelry there. I'm just not so sure anymore. If he is, he's got an accomplice. Because they both describe a big, tall man. There are a couple of places we're going to need to insist on going, it seems to me. One is the Police Gazette guy who told us to come back. What about the Pinkertons guy who told us to come back? Where was Pinkertons? 24, that hasn't changed. But the Police Gazette guy has changed. So I think we should go to the Police Gazette and talk to our guy Quentin Hogg and see if he's heard anything more about the robbery or anything. Police Gazette. Why isn't this indicated? 111. I don't know why I didn't indicate that that's changing. All right, I'm going to read the Police Gazette. Balfour could have met with the tall boxer at 8:30 to give them the jewels. I think you're right. I think that is what the meeting they're talking about. But you think it's a boxer, and I'm not sure. But I do think that's the meeting we're talking about. I think it absolutely is the meeting. So someone called him on the phone to set up the meeting at 9. And he said, meet me at the bank at 8:30. So I wonder if we can find someone traveling to the Worthington. Can we find someone traveling to the Worthington Bank this morning? Tomorrow. Okay. Let's not forget this. If this is the morning, they meet at the bank and then they travel to Lambert's at 9. That means we should be looking for a bank within a half an hour trip to Lambert's. And we should be looking in the cab logs for today. So let's make a note to remember to do. Check cab logs for Thursday, September 6th. Arriving Lambert's, 9 a.m. Departing bank around 8:30 maybe. Right? Something like that. Let's see more thoughts in the chat. We've got a lot of theories here. The jewels were in the bank. He took the jewels, put them in the bank until he found a buyer. It's certainly possible. It is certainly possible. And then he was robbed by someone that knew he was trying to sell it. We'd have to figure out who would have known that. It's certainly possible. I have an idea. We actually probably... Remember that first guy who said he was going to get evidence for us? He's like, come back later. And we probably should have come back sooner. It's now 1 p.m. Before we go to the police, I think we're going to have to go back to Lloyd Pershing and see what happened to him. So that's what we're going to do first while you guys are thinking. 254. Which is 137. All right, now here's the problem. We could have come back here before noon, and maybe we would have met with him and gotten his proof. But now it's too late. So I think we missed this. I think we have to penalize ourselves. We should have known to come back here to see if he had new information for us. Let's go to 152 now. 2 is Lloyd Perkins. What are we gonna find at Lloyd Perkins's apartment? What do you guys think we're gonna find? Oh boy. You ready for this? Wiggins' knock brings no response, but its force causes the door to swing slowly open. Mr. Perkins, calls Wiggins. No answer. The house is deathly still. We move down the hall until we come to a door on the left which is open. We look in and see a body slumped over the desk. It's Perkins. He has a bullet hole in his head. He looks pretty dead. Perkins' body is slumped over his desk. His head is resting on his left arm. His right hangs straight down at his side, and his fingers are only inches from the floor. On the floor, directly beneath his fingers, lies a gun. Wiggins gets down on his knees and sniffs the barrel of the gun. It's been fired recently, he says as he rises from the floor. No suicide note that I can see. There's a piece of paper in his left hand, but it looks like it's covered with numbers. Lestrade will kill me, but let's take a look at it. Wiggins removes the paper from the dead man's fingers and spreads it out on the desk. Yikes, look at this. Oh Lord, we got a full code. Well, let's make a note. We got another dense clue. Number code. We got some interesting things. We got a bunch of dashes. We got some asterisks every once in a while. We got a number that looks like is written somehow differently. More asterisks. More asterisks. We're not going to spend time working on this too hard, but then here, look, we got, it's almost all numbers, but then we got occasional letters. Look at this. E, J, 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 J. Couple numbers written differently, it looks like. What on earth? This case just got more complicated. However, we do know someone who's good at codes. That's Porlock, so maybe he can help us. But it's not done yet. Wiggins takes out a notebook and makes a copy of the numbers on the paper. Desk appears to have been swept clean. On the floor, to the right of the desk, is an inkwell that's been spilled. Ink is soaking into the rug and covers a London Times that lies nearby. A desk calendar lies alongside it. Wiggins picks it up and looks it over. This is strange. Today's date is missing. The 5th and the 7th are here, but not the 6th. Let's take a look. Wiggins picks up the calendar and places it on the desk. He looks over the pencils and pens that have been swept onto the floor and picks one of them up and lightly rubs the lead over the page for September 7th. The light impression shown below appears. Here's the date from the calendar, and he's got an impression of what was written on the 6th of September that's indented through onto the 7th of September. It says, brandy at 11. Johnny wants 50 pounds. What does that say? Rupert. Brandy at 11. Johnny wants 50 pounds. What does that one in the bottom left say? Let's take a closer look at it. That's an exclamation at the end. Report. Report duel? I think that's an exclamation. Due. Report due. Maybe that says report due. That's definitely an exclamation. At 11. Wow. Dense clue here. All right, it continues a little bit longer. The only other items on the floor are a silver letter opener and a photograph of a young woman in a silver frame. The photo is inscribed with "Love, Luella." Search of the desk drawers reveals nothing out of the ordinary with the exception of the top left drawer, which contains absolutely nothing, not even dust. We had better get the police, states Wiggins. Bill goes out to the street to find one. My God. My God, this case got complicated. A young woman, photograph of a young woman, Love, Luella. Top left drawer, nothing, not even dust. Looks like something was taken from there. Something that you must have used that drawer frequently. September 6th. Etching. Well, we'll have to make a scan of this page and work on it. But, I mean, this guy, Lloyd Perkins, he wasn't supposed to be up to no good. He was just going to tell us a little bit about what was going on. These could be account numbers, although I don't know what the EJJJ would be. Brandy at 11, Johnny wants 50 pounds. Report due. Wow. Fascinating. Whew. Well, have to update our notes later about all these names. Brandy, Johnny, in case we come across them, but it's all new to us now. Okay, an hour and 45 minutes have passed, so now it's 2:45 p.m. Wow, that was crazy. Holy cow. Jonathan says, I wonder if Brandy is Sir Miller Brandon. It's a 50 pound, though. 50 pound is not enough money for anyone to be worried about anything. Whew. That was an intimidating clue, huh? Well, Fred Porlock could help us with codes, but I think we shouldn't. It's too late for us to work on. Anna says the 50 pound is Johnny. The Brandy is the other one that says 11 o'clock. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, it's today. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So stop for a second. You guys are onto something good. So let's think about this for a second. We visited him before 10, and then we visited him at 1, and he's dead. Today is September 6th, the missing calendar. And what you guys are saying is that on his etching, perhaps it looks like he was meeting someone today at 11, where that person could have killed him. So this is for today's date. He was supposed to meet Brandy and maybe deliver this report. So I think you're right that we should visit anyone we think of could be Brandy, and you guys are saying that Brandy could be very well Miller Brandon, the suspicious guy, at the Lands Allotment Company and at his home. Okay, I like it a lot. He's either the murderer or he witnessed the body, because he was going to come by at 11, or our guy was supposed to visit him. Okay, so I notice that the company place where he works has a different entry. And where's his home? 51 Northwest? 51 Northwest we haven't yet been to, but it hasn't changed. So what do you think? Do you want to... Visiting him at his home, he hasn't changed. So, doing some meta reasoning, that's unlikely to get us what we want. But if we visit him at his office, it has changed. So let's visit him at his office where we met him the first time and see what happens. It is during the day. He should be working. 65. Let's try it. Sir Brandon Miller. 65. It's about time we went back to Queen's Park too. I think that's a very clever idea. Let's see what happens. Haven't we been in 65? Was I wrong that it changed? 65. I was wrong. It didn't change. Okay, so we've already been to his office. It doesn't change. So I got that. I actually didn't mark it incorrectly. I just misread it from here. All right, well, let's go to his home. Even though his home entry doesn't change, we haven't been there yet. 51 Northwest. 51 Northwest is 46. Okay. That's my cubes. The butler informs us that Sir Miller Brandon is at his Queen's Park office at the Lands Allotment Company, 50 Harrow Road. Okay, we already tried this. 2:45 p.m. Day 2, 5 minutes. Okay, it's 2:50 p.m. So we've already been to his office. No change in what he says. I still like Jonathan's idea, but apparently we can't catch him. I think we're going to catch them tomorrow when we look at today's cab records. I think we're going to find out who was at... where's our list? That's another to-do, right? Another to-do cab to Lloyd Perkins between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. or noon, I guess. So we should look tomorrow who arrived at Lloyd Perkins' office, and was it Brandon? All right, well, that's another thing for us to check up on. But back to today's task. Is it time to visit Mycroft? Is it time? I was going to have us go to... How many Johns do we know? The John that wants 50 pounds, I really don't think... Well, I'm not saying we don't follow up on him, but... Just doesn't seem high priority to me. I think we should leave this till we get our records, cab records tomorrow. Let's put this on the back burner. Let's pursue our other options. I think Mycroft is a good option, and I think there's a bunch of the other morally bone people that we're suspicious of. There's the local police. There's Alice, has a different entry. Let's see. So Porky has different answers. Jasper Meeks has different answers. Police Gazette, where Quentin Hogg is, has different answers. We haven't yet been to Aberdeen, although that doesn't look like it's changing. Scotland Yard has different answers. Ye Old Chester time is where you want to go. Okay, let's go to Ye Old Chester and then let's go to Mycroft because he knows about the MPs. Okay, so remind me, where was Ye Old Chester? I guess we didn't write it down in our notes yet, but we wrote it down. Ye Old Cheshire is 34 EC. I'll note it's not one of the ones that change. We got to be careful because we're running out of daytime and we want to go to some of the places that change. Okay. Ye Old Cheshire is 34 EC. Remember, we're just going to see if someone remembers them there, right? 34 EC. Let's mark it on our map. Boy, that was a crazy, that Perkins clue really put us in the tank for a bit. All right, Ye Old Cheshire, 34 EC. Here. Okay, 34 EC is clue 55. Yes, I've known Sir Henry for many years, answers the barman. It's just terrible, and to cut off his head, the murderer must be mad. We understand he had a luncheon meeting here with the other members of the Parliamentary Beer Act Commission. Can you tell us anything about that? Yeah, he never showed. Well, Sir Henry, that is. The others were here all right, and Mr. Ormond mentioned how unlike Sir Henry it was to be late for an appointment. They stayed for quite a while, had a bit of lunch, if I remember correctly. I don't know what they were talking about, but it got a bit heated. Mr. Shank especially seemed to be pretty upset. Do you know what they were arguing about? No, I was very busy and can't tell you anything about their conversation or even when they left. Yeah, thank you for your time. I sure hope they catch that murderer and see to hanging him. Well, not very useful, was it? Except we know that Ormond was there, Henry wasn't, and we know that Shank was upset. Okay, Ormond present, Henry was a no-show, Shank was there and angry. And we don't know exactly when this was for lunch, though. We might have been told when they went to lunch, but it seems like this would be a good time for him to have gotten killed, Sir Henry. So now it's 2:40. No, 3 o'clock, sorry. 3 p.m. now. Okay, day 2:45 p.m. or so. All right. I think we haven't gone to the Shank Brewery yet. Where did we say the Shank Brewery was? For EC. I'm really getting a little bit concerned about going to places. I guess 4EC changes though, so we should go there. Okay. Shank Brewery. Let's do it. 4EC. All right. Number 49. Hello, is Mr. Shank in? Asks Wiggins of the apron-clad, mustachioed man whose attention we finally attract. Which Mr. Shank do you mean, mates? Not that it much matters, as neither of them is in at the moment. Well, we're actually looking for Arnold Shank, but we'd like to talk to anyone who can tell us a bit about the brewery business. We understand Mr. Shank's involved with Parliament's commission on the subject. Well, he is indeed, and he loves to bend your ears on the subject. Can't tell you much about that, but if you want to trail along with me for a minute, I can show you a bit of brewing. My name's Zebediah. We follow Zebediah into a huge room filled with what we learn are mash tuns. The brewery is quite large, and in an adjacent section, men are busy filling casks, while behind that others are loading casks into railroad cars. As our tutor begins explaining the process of sparging the mash with hot water, a middle-aged man with a very red face comes rushing in. Zeb, I want to see you in my office right away. Show your visitors out. We have no time for them today. That's Martin Shank. But I would put off your questions till another day if I were you. With that, Zebediah shows us to the door and bids us farewell. Martin Shank sounds like maybe Arnold's son or brother. So Arnold is not in. And here's the brother or son, Martin Shank. And it says, it's basically saying, come back another day. And then red face. Martin has red face. Something's gone wrong, but we don't know what. All right. I guess it's time for us to take a break. Just sounds like we got to come back to learn more. All right, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. The chat is active. We are all sort of casting about. Boy, this case is no joke. Anna's saying it's Moriarty pulling strings. She could be right. But we've got so many other things pulling at our attention to worry about. All right, let's not overthink it. Let's pursue the leads we care about for a little bit longer until we crack open a door that we can push through. I'm quite interested in going to Mycroft, visiting Alice. Let's visit Alice. Let's remember who we were hired to find, Kearney. Let's visit his fiancée. I don't know how much time we're supposed to spend at the brewery, but let's just say it's now 3:20 p.m. We're going to visit Alice at her home, 3 Northwest, which is number 234 for today. Let's see what Alice has to say. We're in over our heads. So let's visit clues that we know we want to go to until we catch something that we can sink our teeth into. Have you found him? Is he all right? Miss Gardner, calm yourself. We have no news, I'm sorry, but perhaps no news is good news. Alice Gardner does not appear to think so, as she appears somewhat crestfallen at our lack of news. However, she quickly regains her composure. I've been at the new Band of Hope office. I thought the work of unpacking cartons and hanging curtains might help take my mind off worrying about Frank. Tomorrow I plan to call on several confined patients. I just don't understand why I haven't heard from him. I fear the worst. We're doing all we can. Please don't give up hope. Mr. Kearney will surely have an explanation when he returns. If you think of anything, please, that might help us, or you have word of him, please let us know. Good day. She seems like she's really upset and doesn't know. What's your take? Do you believe her? Do you not believe her? I think I believe that she doesn't know where he is. I'll just put hasn't heard. And then she's going to the new Band of Hope office. It sort of depends, and that was plus 15 minutes, I think. So it's now 3:35. Sort of depends on whether well, I guess nothing depends, but the question is whether you believe her. There's probably a body at the park that was also mutilated. It might be connected. Yeah, it could be the other guy. The act would be against alcohol. Balfour seemingly for this with temperance movement. We thought it's just a front. He really wants to tank the act. Jonathan says she seemed genuine. Anna says, okay, now she is upset, so maybe she doesn't know where he is. All right, so we're starting to believe that Alice really doesn't know where he is. That's useful for us. All right, I need to go to Mycroft. I need to go to some of our allies. We need someone to give us a help with this case. Normally we avoid the allies. I think we need help with this case. So it's time to go to Mycroft, who knows about Parliament and government. So we're going to 8 Southwest, which is Mycroft, number 86. All right, I think maybe we might hit a couple allies now and see if we can't get some help with this case. Well, we're not going to get it from Mycroft. This says, Mr. Holmes is at Parliament all day today. I do not expect him until this evening. But it doesn't say to come back after dark, so that's it. 3:35, day 2. So now it's 3:40 p.m. All right, that's that. He's at Parliament, but we already went to Parliament, right? went to Parliament today. Right? Not yesterday, today. Yeah, we went to Parliament today. I went to Mycroft. Okay, it's time to go to the Police Gazette then. Anna says we had the other leads at Parliament. Maybe he's there. We did, but the only places we knew was the visitors gallery and other people that we had never heard about. So I don't think we can go knocking on doors unless we expect him to be somewhere. Yeah, there was the visitors gallery and there was someone that we didn't know who it was. So I don't think we can just go to those places hoping to find Mycroft. William Clark, Roger Peel, and the visitors gallery. We have no reason to know anything about any of those people, at least by my memory. All right. Let's go to the Police Gazette, the guy who's supposed to be looking for Kearney for us. So Police Gazette is 111. I think we should go to Porky Shinwell. He may know about the robbers of the jewelry shop. What do you think about that? I mean, finally, you got something to ask Porky about. Those robbers at the jewelry shop. But first, let's talk to Quentin Hogg. See if he's heard from Kearney. Whoa, this is a long entry. All right, does everyone know where we went? We're going back to Quentin Hogg. He told us to come back, and now we're back. Okay, this is going to take us some time. All right, here we go. Wiggins, I'm glad to see you. Quentin Hogg is seated behind his desk, his two index fingers pounding the keys of his typewriter. He pounds away for a few seconds, then gives us his full attention. Found out anything yet? Well, we're still digging. Did I tell you that I had lunch with Frank last week? Well, I did, and something kept bothering me about that conversation. That's what he told us. That's why we wanted to come back. He said, something bothers me. I can't remember it. This morning, I realized what it was. Boxing. Boxing? Yeah, he kept talking about boxing. What's so strange about a sports writer talking about boxing? Frank hated boxing. Never covered it. Offended his sensibilities, as he would say. Even denied it was a sport. Me, I love it. What do you want to know? Well, this is huge because we think our jewelry store black bag carrying guys was a boxer. Anna says, I told you guys it was a boxer. All right. Let's keep going. Betting slips, boxing. Okay. He asked about corruption. I told him there was corruption. Corruption can be found anywhere there's money to be made. He asked about Balfour's involvement. Balfour? Jabez Balfour? Marion Jabez Balfour himself. How do you think he started out? I don't know. Well, his father was a boxer. This is not something that Balfour wants people to remember, but it's done him no harm. His father was known as Gentleman Jack Brannan. Brannan? That's right, Brannan. Gentleman Jack was a favorite of the Prince of Wales, even took him to Germany with him on a couple of trips, arranged a fight with Mueller the Munich Mauler. Gentleman Jack won, and it was rumored that the Prince of Wales won £12,000 from the Crown Prince. It was also rumored that he gave Gentleman Jack £4,000 of the winnings. Where's Gentleman Jack now? Canada. Canada? Yeah, he's in retirement with a good yearly income, owns a string of pubs in Montreal. I'm getting a little lost here, says Wiggins. You're saying that Jabez Balfour is the son of Jack Brannan, a boxer? Yes. And he has changed his name and now hides that fact? Yes. There seems to be a story between those two facts, yes? Yes. Do you want to hear it? Of course. Jack Brannan was the son of an Irish barrister and patriot whose wealth was taken away from the family while Jack was a young man at Trinity. Like many other young, penniless Irishmen, he faced the choice of either becoming a poet or a boxer. Since he wanted to escape from his penniless state, he chose boxing. Started fighting in Dublin and never lost a fight. A London promoter discovered him and brought him to London. The rest, as we say in the press, is history. Jack came to London and took the town by storm. He became the darling of the upper crust, who gave him the title of Gentleman Jack and the money to live like a gentleman. He married Marion Albright, a music hall singer, and Jabez was the progeny of that union. Unfortunately, Mrs. Brannan died in childbirth, a heavy blow to Gentleman Jack. Jabez was a premature baby and was to pay the price with a small stature for the rest of his life. Marion Albright is his mother. Quentin, how come you know so much about Gentleman Jack? I'm a reporter. Yeah, but I thought crime was your specialty. It is. So Gentleman Jack was involved in crime? Not that I know of. Then, Wiggins, if you would let me continue, I'll tell you what I know. Okay, sorry. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. Jabez was born, but his mother died. Many said that Gentleman Jack could not look at his son without seeing in him the cause of his wife's death. But that's just hearsay. He did, as Jabez reached his teens, take him everywhere he went. Many think that was the cause of Jabez's problem. Problem? Wiggins. Sorry. Gentleman Jack had retired from the ring and had become a fight promoter. He owned a number of fighters and oversaw their training. He took Jabez to the ring every day. That's where he got his education and his nickname, the Dwarf. Anytime he and his father would go places together, they were known as the Giant and the Dwarf. A name I might caution I would not use within Jabez's hearing. As Jabez entered early manhood, he took over the business side of the promotion while his father concentrated on the training. They started making a lot of money, and Jabez started investing in real estate. A real success story. Yeah, is it? You haven't heard the rest. Rumor has it that most of the money came from betting. Betting with knowledge of the outcome. The fights were fixed? Well, that's what some will tell you. It's well known that Jabez had a falling out with his father, with the result that his father left for Canada with his share of the money. Jabez became even more involved with promoting and started making even more money and, again, as some say, fixing more fights. Have these rumors ever been substantiated? Well, sort of. The police investigated Jabez and gave him a warning a few years ago, but even then he was a big power and, as they who should know say, they went easy on him. Is he still involved with boxing? As much as ever. So that's what Kearney wanted to know? Well, that's what he wanted to talk about. He didn't tell me why he wanted to know. Is what you told us generally known to the public? Well, more or less to that segment of the public that knows the interworkings of the boxing world. As you know, most of the world knows Balfour primarily as the leader of the Band of Hope. What do you make of it? I don't know, Wiggins. It may mean nothing. He may have just wanted to know more about Balfour's background. He may be looking into corruption in sports for an article. I just don't know, and he didn't say. Okay, well, that was a big clue. So we know it was fixed fights and betting. So long history of Balfour fixing fights, and we know he's still involved in boxing, which now makes sense what those betting slips are. And then there was talk about his father. Is it possible his father was Jones? Was his father the guy, the big giant 200-pound would his father be too old for that? Father was big giant. I mean, his father was big and giant and Irish. Is it going to be a boxer, or is it going to be... Is it going to be his father came to help him out? Well, let's do this. Let's look up boxing clubs. Let's see if maybe we can come across a boxing club near where Jabez is. Is there... Let's make sure there's no Queen Park Boxing Club. I don't see any Queen's Park Boxing Club, although I do see a brewery where that other guy in the brewery works. James Seaburn, that was one of our guys too. Is it possible that... What was his father's name? Let's look at that again. How would we see if his father has come into town from Canada? Gentleman Jack Brannan. I wonder if he's got any family that might be found under the name of Brannan. And it says, or just an Irish boxer from the club. That's reasonable too. Completely reasonable too. Let me just look if there's a Brannan family still in town here. I don't see any Brannans. All right. What about boxing? Okay, maybe under sports. Sporting societies. I don't see any boxing, but I wonder if the Sporting Times might know about it. Might be able to direct us to some boxing. Or am I overlooking something? There's an athletic association. cyclist, football, Friends of Baratsu, lacrosse, lawn tennis, cricket, skating, golf, toxophilic, football, shooting. There wasn't anything in the news about boxing, was there? Nothing directly under boxing. What about gambling? Gambling or betting? There's no gambling under G. No betting. Let's see. There's also the Albrights, the mother's family. Why does that name sound familiar, Albright? Have we encountered any Albrights? We do have a Rolinda Albright, 70 East. That's not in town. So that seems unlikely. I know we've been to a boxing club in one of the Sherlock Holmes games, but I think that was not an official place. I wonder if the Amateur Athletic Association counts as like a boxing place. You know who else would know about betting and illegal gambling is Porky Shinwell. Anna wants to go back to Mycroft. And Tina says it's the name of the bird watcher. That's why I'm thinking Albright. That's why Albright is associated. Let me take a look at what this amateur association is. Well, we do, at the Amateur Athletic Association, we do have an entry in our thing. It's possible that that's that, although it doesn't change. Okay. Porky would know about it, maybe the illegal betting. Yeah, I think Porky's a great place because he might know about the jewelry robbers. He might recognize their descriptions. He might know about the gambling. So he's a great place. We should definitely go to him. Now let me read back up about why Anna was making the case to go to Parliament. Anna says, isn't the visitors gallery for the public to listen to the MPs talking? Maybe they're talking about the Beer Act. Well, that's pretty convincing. Shay Smith says what I was saying before. We haven't been to Le Bon March yet, which I am a little nervous about too. I do think we should go there. Let me... I don't want to go back to Mycroft. I just think we got a clue to go to Parliament. That's a fair point. The visitors gallery might let us listen to them. Oh, I wanted to look at the newspaper to scan and see if I see anything about boxing. I don't remember seeing anything about boxing. Irish socks. Taylor. Charrington of Brewery. It makes sense that we want to talk to him. Parliament Act. William Booth of the Salvation Army. Sporting. We've got rowing, billiards, greyhounds, football. That's it. And then in the next paper, marriage, death. We could go to the Canadian embassy, if there is one, to see if they know about this guy the father traveling in. I want to put that on my to-do list. Do we have a Canadian embassy? Don't think that we do, actually. We don't have a Canadian embassy. I'm still just looking for any boxing stories. Seems like we have to be able to learn more about boxing. Okay, well, not in the paper. Let's go to Porky's. Lots of potential there. I agree. Let's go to Porky's. I am absolutely willing to go back to Parliament. Don't take me as saying I'm not going to do that. But let's go to Porky's first, since he seems like he has got lots of good information for us. Okay, Porky is where? Porky is 52 EC. Okay, let's mark him. He's right up at the top, isn't he? Yes, I remember. Okay, 52 EC, and it's now, that was like an hour and a half. So it's 5:10 p.m. (52 EC). Porky is 2:44. Give us a round, Porky, says Wiggins as we all take a place at the bar. It's been a long day. It makes sense that we want to go to Porky's at the end of the day. Nothing on Carney, replies Porky as he places drinks in front of us, but I'll keep asking around. Thanks. Have you heard anything about the Balfour jewels? That's the main topic of discussion around here. Everyone's trying to figure out who could have pulled it off. No one has an answer that I've heard. Have you heard of Lenny Woods? Is he the one who pulled the Fanshawe heist? Yeah, I think he's still in Millibank, but rumor has it he's one of the few men who would have the skill for this job. Lenny Woods, huh? What's the name of the guy, the driver, at the Balfours? He's still in Millibank. It's always fun to go to Millibank, so it sounds like maybe we have an excuse to go to Millibank prison. But if he's in prison, he still could have planned it, Wiggins. I'm just telling you what I heard. Oh, I appreciate it, Porky. Believe me, I appreciate it. Assures Wiggins. Have you heard any rumors concerning the Cole murder? Not a word. And what about Peter Northrup? Any word on him? Well, a few things. He was seen in Southwark Monday. He wasn't alone. Who was he with? Don't know. Here he was in Southwark to see his wife. I would think the police would have her under surveillance. It's not too hard to shake them, you know that. Well, where was he seen? Having tea at the Bridge House Hotel. Pretty brassy, what? Yeah, but a hotel's a good meeting spot. Most people are strangers to each other and they don't pry. Anything else? Nope. Give us another round then, Porky, before we hit the dusty streets again, says Wiggins as he lays 2 bob on the counter. Okay, so Peter Northrup seems like he's escaped to Southwark. Seen in Southwark. Is that outside London? Monday. Okay, that's the day after the escape. He was not alone. With his wife, maybe? That's Stella, his wife. And where is tea at the Bridge House Hotel? Are these outside of London or are these places in our area? Okay, and then he tells us about Lenny Woods in Millbank maybe planned the jewelry heist. Question mark. Lenny Woods. That's all he says. All right. And that's 30 minutes past, so now it's 5:40 p.m. I need a reminder of the driver's name that works for the Balfour, because it was something a little bit similar. Lestrade was talking about Lenny with Gregson, was he? Shay Smith is saying it's at 3 Southeast. Are you saying that the Bridge House Hotel is in London in Southwark and is 3 Southeast? Let me look at it. Well, let's look it up in the directory. The Bridge House Hotel. Yes, it is. 3 Southeast. It is in London. Good catch. Good catch, Shay. But we know it wasn't Lenny. We figured out that it was Balfour. We didn't figure out for sure that it was Balfour. Not only did we not figure out for sure it was Balfour, but I believe it was your theory, Anna, that Balfour was robbed. So that would make it possible that Lenny orchestrated the robbery of Balfour when he was trying to pawn his jewels. Or Lenny was working with Balfour to rob the jewelry shop. Or Lenny knows the people that were hired to help with the robbery or helped set it up. So that's a real reasonable. Anna says, no, they're talking about the original robbery I hear from the house. Oh, I see. I see. That's a good point. Let me reread that. You're saying they weren't talking about the jewelry shop robbery. They were talking about the Balfour robbery. Have you heard anything about the Balfour jewels? Okay, thank you, Anna. That's a very good point. Okay, I thought they were talking about the jewelry store robbery. But you're right. The Balfour jewels that we now believe is an inside job. Okay, so maybe this is red herring. So I'm going to say jewelry. I guess there's 2 jewelry heists now we got to worry about. I'll call this the Balfour robbery. Okay, so probably this is a wild goose chase, Lenny Woods. All right, let's go to the South Bridge House Hotel, I think, and see if anyone has seen Northrop. 3 Southeast, huh? Let's see if that changes at all. Well, it doesn't change from tomorrow, so there's no rush to go to it. But it does seem like we should go to it now. $246. Let's see what that is. So Northrop was seen here, not alone. All right. Got a nice long clue. We're all seated around a table in the dining room of a rather shabby and decaying Bridge House hotel. Wiggins has been chatting with the young woman who's been waiting on us since our arrival. She's pretty and vibrant, a lovely counterpoint to the dingy surroundings. Wiggins informs her of such. Mr. Wiggins, you probably say that to all the girls. She makes no effort to control her giggles. You wrong me, Alice. You are the only bright spot in this dismal place, and I insist that you call me Harry. Wiggins smiles at her pleased reaction. If I had known you were here, I certainly would not have missed my appointment here on Monday. Were you working Monday? Oh, he's a little charming her about... Okay, but let's write down that it's 5:40 p.m. Day 2. Were you working Monday? Oh, yes, I work every day except Tuesday. I have a great deal of free time on Tuesdays. We'll have to do something about that, says Wiggins while putting on his most endearing smile. Oh, Wiggins is going to have a date. Oh, you're such a cad, Mr. Harry, she returns his smile. Maybe you waited on my friends while they were here. If they were here, then I served them. I'm the only waitress. There were 3 of them, Wiggins describes Mrs. Northrop and Peter Northrop as best as he can. Do you remember them? Do I ever? Nasty little man. Not the one you described, but the one with him. You could tell that the couple you described were in love and wanted to be alone. In fact, I even heard them say so. But the nasty little man said no. He was going everywhere they went. Don't know why your friend put up with it, like he was a prisoner or something. Did you happen to hear what they were talking about? Harry, I don't make it a habit to listen to other people's conversations. What type of girl do you think I am? I know that, says Wiggins, as if it were a self-evident truth. I just thought it might have been slow and you just couldn't have helped hearing something. Well, it was slow. You see, my friend Peter may be in trouble. He's such a nice man, as is his wife, that I want to try to help them. You understand. Oh, of course I do. Alice glances around the almost empty room before bending close to Wiggins' ear and continuing her story in a low voice. Oh, that's what I thought. I said to myself, these people are in trouble, and that nasty little man is the cause of it. I heard the woman say that she had missed him so much and she wanted to see him alone. Then the little man said, you're not spending any time alone until you tell me what you know. Well, the other man, your friend, well, he gets really mad and he says, I'm not going to tell you a thing until you meet my demands. And the little man says, you're in no position to make demands. And your friend says, I want to talk to the professor. And that's all I heard. Why, did they leave? No. The little man accused me of listening to their conversation and told me to move away or he would beat in my face. Nasty little man. They stayed another hour or so, arguing the whole time. Then the two men left together, leaving the woman alone and in tears. I did hear your friend tell her not to worry, but she didn't seem reassured. I asked her if there was anything I could do, but she just ignored me. Did you happen to hear where they were going? No. Wiggins spends another 10 minutes talking to the young woman and makes a date to see her on Tuesday. He leads us out of the shabby hotel and into the street, and we cannot help but notice the jaunty bounce in his walk. Okay, that was pretty fun. I think, though, that Anna has a good point, that the professor is going to be Moriarty. I think that seems pretty likely at this point. All right, well, we've got a lot of information here. Do we think the little man is Balfour then? It seems like Balfour is going to be the little man, right? Although she doesn't describe him as being like a dwarf, but okay. And then Northrop wants to talk to the professor, which could very well likely be Moriarty. But then the wife, Stella, she heard more of the conversation and she's crying. So does that mean she might be willing to talk to us? And then we might have to remember that Wiggins has to come back for his date. Tomorrow, right? Tuesday. Okay, so that's next week. A date to see her on Tuesday. All right, so we don't have to come back tomorrow. We're coming back next week. So plus 1 hour, which makes it 6:40. Okay, now let me just catch up with the chat with Anna's theory, because to me, this is a little bit ahead of what I can think. Anna says, my theory about Moriarty wanting to ruin Balfour seems likely. Balfour doesn't work for Moriarty. I think they're rivals, so this is another little man. Okay, so this is the part that sort of feels to me like I don't have a good enough grasp on it. Either these are rivals and Moriarty has busted him out and this is just a side story, or maybe Moriarty's a rival with Balfour, which seems possible. Or maybe this is Balfour and he's broken him out of jail and pretending he knows Moriarty. Or maybe this is Balfour who's broken him out of jail, who's ostensibly working with Moriarty. I just don't know enough to answer that question. I don't feel like I have a good enough grasp on it. More importantly, though, that just feels premature to try to solve. I think you could very well be right, Anna. It's just, it's sort of immaterial for us to figure that out yet. We've got actual crimes occurring on the ground, and it's hard to see why knowing whether who's aligned with Moriarty in one way or another is critical for us. So let's just table that issue for now. I think we should go and see about the body. I see there are a couple places, we're running out of time, and there are a couple places that I can see have different entries. And Jasper Meeks is one of them, so I suggest we go to Jasper Meeks. We've got a dead, decapitated body. I'm curious to hear about it. So let's go 38 EC Jasper Meeks. And maybe we should go back to Peter Northrup's house and see if the wife's willing to talk to us. Don't let me forget that, okay? Jonathan says, on a different line of inquiry, do either of these two people related to the letter from July change tomorrow? I think Northrop is being blackmailed with his family as leverage. That's interesting. Jonathan, what two people? Related to the letter from July. Oh, I see. The guy who says my wife, my murder was an accident. Okay, good question. Can you... All right. I was going to say remind me, but we know it's not good to try to remember things. So let's just write down our things. So let's remember let's write down so we don't have to forget. So one is Northrop's house. And then Jonathan had a question. Does the accident victim relatives change tomorrow? Okay, so we're not going to forget to do those. Yes, the wife and daughter. Okay, so I've put those down. We won't forget to do them. Let me finish Jasper Meeks and then we'll check on all those. Jasper Meeks is 243. Oh, interesting. Look what Jasper Meeks has got to say. If it's before noon, go to 146. If it's before 2 o'clock, go to 248. If it's after 2 o'clock, go to 236. Well, we got here at 6:40 p.m. So 236. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, that's interesting. Look at what this says. We've never seen this before. If you have not already done so, please read clue 248 before proceeding. This is 6:40 p.m., day 2. Okay, have we read clue 248? We have not. Okay, so let's jump to 248. Look what 248 says. It says, if you have not done so already, please read clue 146 before continuing. 248, 146. Let's see if we've read 146. Wow, these are things that it kind of expected us to do and we haven't done. Okay, so here he is. So these are things we could have talked to Meeks about that we haven't yet, so it's directing us to them. So here he is talking about Edgar Jocelyn. The only corpse I have right now is that of Edgar Jocelyn, says Dr. Meeks. He was killed with one shot through the heart. Death was instantaneous. I found nothing else out of the ordinary. I can show you the body if you wish. No, that won't be necessary, says Wiggins. Okay. So day 2. All right, so these were other bodies. Okay, so then we're returning to 248. Okay, who else does he know about? Here we are asking about Lloyd Perkins. Have you examined Lloyd Perkins? Yeah, I just finished. His death was caused by a gunshot wound to the brain. There are powder burns around the entry. I would say that the gun was within 6 inches of his head when he was shot. Nothing else out of the ordinary. So remember, it was made to look like a suicide, but we don't really believe it. All we know here is he was shot at close range. Okay, now we can finally turn back to the other item we're going to ask about. What's going on, Wiggins? Exclaims Meeks. Is there a war going on I haven't heard about? What do you mean? I got 3 more bodies. That's 5 just for today. Who'd you get? Well, let's see, says Meeks as he picks up a piece of paper. Leland Johnson, Dwight Smith, and Leo Mills. What the? Oh my gosh. Paul Grogan is here. Paul, have you played this case? This is pretty serious. This is pretty intense. This feels much more intense than Gaslight, Adventures by Gaslight. So far, we are in way over our head here. And it looks like we're going to be in for the whole week. All right, let's get back. So, Meeks is telling us he's got 5 bodies, and he's mentioning 3, Leland Johnson, Dwight Smith, and Leo Mills. What's the likelihood this is going to be one of our boxers that gets killed to shut him up? Do we know these people? Leland Johnson? That name sounds familiar. Who's Leland Johnson? Paul says, I've played the new version too, more recently, I see. I spent an hour at the first stream yesterday talking about the history of the differences and looking at some of the differences. You might want to just skim that, Paul, because one thing that's really interesting about the original version is there are 4 days of investigating in the original compared to 3 days in the new version, which I don't really understand. Okay, Jonathan says Leland Johnson was the guy who worked at the jewelry store. Now, that is huge. That confirms those of you who believed that there was an inside man at the jewelry store, because it feels to me like now they killed the inside man. Let's just confirm. We're probably going to hear it from Meeks in a second. But let's check our notes. Eric Idler and Leland Johnson were the workers at the jewelry store. Okay, so now we've got our inside man just got knocked off. That is pretty intense. Leland Johnson, Dwight Smith, and Leo Mills. Now we should go back and reread what Leland Johnson was telling us, because as one of you posited, whoever thought one of them was the inside guy, your theory was that the inside man was lying to us to throw us off the trail of the eyewitnesses. So when we go back and read what Leland Johnson said, we will know what the lies are. Okay. He says, I think I found something interesting on Johnson and Mills. Look at this. Meek lifts the sheet that covers one of the cadavers and holds up the left hand. This is Mills. See how all the fingers are bent back? They've been broken. All 4 on the left hand and 2 on the right for Leo. But we have the same for Leland, says Meeks as he holds up the right hand of the cadaver on the adjacent table. 3 broken fingers for Leland. Looks painful, comments Wiggins. Yeah, it is, and undoubtedly intentional. Leo was the tougher of the 2. He held out for 6 fingers. Leland could only take 3. It's my guess they were killed by the same man. Not only do they both have fingers that were intentionally broken, but look at their faces. They both have been badly beaten. And look at these cuts on their cheeks. I would say that the same man worked them over. These cuts are identical. They were probably made by a ring. Us as a boxer beating the hell out of them, maybe. Says, Leland Johnson wasn't killed by the fall? Nope, he was dead before his defenestration. And what about Dwight Smith? Well, he was a warehouse man for Fry & Sons. The report says he was asleep behind some boxes when a wagon bumped into them and knocked them over. Mr. Smith never woke up, killed instantly. 30 minutes have passed. Okay, so a couple of weird things here. It sounds like probably we were meant to find these people. We were meant to have heard about these people dying by fall. It's talking about a fall that we don't know about, right? So let's see. What should we do about this? We've got a lot of clues here. Leland Johnson, Dwight Smith, and Leo Mills. Okay, so Dwight Smith is the outlier. He was a warehouse man. This sounds like maybe this Dwight Smith is totally unrelated to everything, just died in a warehouse accident. Right? But Leland Johnson and Leo Mills. Mills has 4 fingers broken on the left hand. Maybe that means, I don't know what that means about his handedness. And 2 for Leo. Mills. All 4 on the left hand. This is Mills. See how the fingers. And 2 on the right for Leo. We have the same. Oh, they broke 4 on the left and 2 on the right. So 6 fingers. And then 3 broken fingers for Leland. So he was not as tough. Killed by the same man. Who also beat them up, left them bloody, cuts on their cheeks with a ring. Probably this is our boxer, right? Some tough guy boxer who can beat up people with his hands. And then we say Leland Johnson wasn't killed by the fall. So we don't know what this fall is about, right? We haven't heard about them taking a fall. All right, well, let's make some notes here. This was a pretty serious one. 30 minutes took us. Wow, but going to Meeks was kind of important, huh? Okay, so we've got Leland Johnson. Leo Mills. For all we know, well, no, and then we, okay, so broken fingers. So someone's trying to make them talk. Someone knows they're involved in the robbery and is trying to make them talk. This leads credence to Anna's theory that there's 2 competing underworld figures, right? Because one group is robbing the place and the other group is trying to make them talk. Although, if we think the boxer was robbing the place, it's a little odd that the boxer is trying to beat them up. Could we have 2 boxers? Isn't that a little bit weird? Killed by, all right, tough guy, with boxer in parentheses, with ring, but, okay, I have another theory for you. Is it possible, let's see, they've both been badly beaten. I was thinking, were they beaten because they were boxers, unrelated to this? But no, they've got injuries made by a ring. That's not something you get in a boxing match. And then, what was the fall? We don't know. And then we've got a third guy who we think is probably unrelated. Probably a red herring. Dwight Smith. Warehouse death. Although he could be involved in this. Could be Brian's sons. So Anna's theory is, I think they were, and Tina says, I think we're supposed to add the time for other Meeks leads. Yeah, I don't know. Since we're not worried about time too carefully, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to add us a half hour and have Meeks tell us about all of it all at once. But, okay, so let me see. Anna says, I think they're Moriarty's men and Balfour's men beat them up. So we're saying that the idea is that Balfour was there pawning his jewelry. Moriarty's men robbed them. And now Balfour's boxer tried to get them to talk and explained who robbed them. That's the theory, right? That's Annie. That's your theory. Balfour arranges to pawn his jewelry at the jewelry store at Lambert's. Someone gets wind of it, maybe a double crosser in Balfour's organization. Moriarty's men rob Balfour at the jewelry store. And then Balfour, who's a competing underworld guy and works with boxers, has the boxer kidnap the robbers and beat them up to get them to talk. That's the theory. Okay, well, that's a very reasonable theory. That is a very reasonable theory. Okay. Meeks did not tell us about the decapitated MP, which is a little surprising. Let's see. Is it time to take a break? Anna says, yes, that is my theory. Okay. I think it's a completely reasonable theory. Why can we not find... Doesn't it seem like we should be able to find the boxing gym? I wonder if that's what the athletic building is. I wonder if we shouldn't visit the athletic building and try to find boxers. Okay. Jonathan wanted us to not forget to check the relatives of our accident victim and see if they change tomorrow, if they're important to visit. So we actually went to 4, so let me change that to a blue sticker. That was the warehouse. Okay, our 2 relatives were at 50 WC. 50 WC, one of the relatives does change. So we should visit that person today. That was either I think that was the mother. And then the daughter, sorry, the widow is the mother, the wife. And then the daughter was at 60 Southwest. 60 Southwest is the Credit Leonese Bank. And that entry doesn't change. So it sounds like 50 WC is the important area for us to go to. And this was... What name do I have her under? This is Derek. Widow. It's the widow of Vincent Derek. So Derek widow. All right, so we'll want to do that today for sure, Jonathan. Maybe we'll do that next. John says, also be nice to go to the Times. The Times is the paper we read today. I am all in favor of going to these informants, especially the one that changed. 30 EC is our Henry Ellis at the Times. His entry doesn't change. I don't know if anyone else's does. 31. Well, let's take a break and then we'll come visit Vincent Derek's widow and see. I think it's time to see if other places change. We're almost ready to wrap up today. A little, well, it's 7:10 p.m. We still have more time in game day too, but we're almost at the end of our time on our actual playthrough time. But we could go till 6 a.m. We could go 40 more minutes if people are okay with that. But it sounds like we're not going to quite finish day 2 of the game, but it's time for a break first. So let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. Leland Johnson is 6 Northwest. I was just looking up some addresses for people. Leland Johnson, who's now dead, does have an address, 6 Northwest, that I think might be worth visiting. What about Leo Mills? Leo Mills is, looks like 86 Southeast. 86 Southeast. So some of these two places have entries that change, so I think we should visit them. Leo Mills, maybe we can see who confronted them. And then we need to get our cab records. We need to check maybe the Northrop house, that changes. The widow, Derek Vincent's widow, that changes. Anything in the chat? I can tell we're all running out of energy a little bit here. We've just heard about these two people who got beat up and died. Let me go to their houses while I've got them here. Let's start with Leland Johnson, the worker at Lambert's, who just got beat up. 6 Northwest. Which is number 32. Let's see what he's got for us. Should we consider whether we want to stop soon? Here's 32. Richard Selig says, I really enjoy watching, but I'm Eastern time, so I always watch the next day. I appreciate your channel. Just thought I would tell you before I start the stream from the beginning. That's very nice. All right, let's see. We're at 7:10 p.m. Day 2. Constable Robbins is standing outside the rooms of the late Leland Johnson. The rooms are on the 4th floor of the Duke of Wellington Arms. I'll let you in, but don't touch anything. Probate officer hasn't arrived from Somerset House yet. Thanks, Robbins, says Wiggins. Do you know who found the body? The manager, Mr. Smith. I was the first policeman on the scene. And what did you find? Well, look over here. Robbins leads us across the sitting room that is in a state of disarray to a broken window. Pointing to the courtyard below, Robbins continues. I found his body down there. See the chalk? The outline in chalk? That's where the body was. Body must have been 10 feet from the building. 12, states Robbins. Any idea what happened? No. From the look of the room, someone was looking for something. But look here. Robbins leads us over to a large desk. The drawers have been pulled open and the contents dumped onto the desk. Old coins, stamps must be worth something. Rooms are full of little items of value. Because he's stealing stuff from the jewelry shop. Did anyone live with Johnson? No, he was bachelor. Lived alone. Anything else you can tell us? Only that Johnson had been worked over pretty good. Of course, it's hard to tell on a body that's fallen 4 floors what shape it was in before it hit the ground. I can see the difficulty. Time 1 hour. Okay, it's 8:10 p.m. So this is just confirming our idea that they're beating him up looking for the jewelry he might have stolen from Lambert's as an inside man. Okay, the next one is Leo Mills. We don't know what relation he has to the burglary, but we're going to guess he was maybe the other robber. 86 southeast goes to 19. The sight we find in the middle of Leo Mill's dingy room is quite revolting. There in the middle of the room lies a body, still oozing blood. The body is that of a small man with light brown hair and sideburns. This matches one of the robbers. One of the good witnesses told us about the small robber. Wiggins picks up the right hand. It's covered with scar tissue, as is most of his right arm. Remember the burned hand the good witness told us about? Look at his fingers, says Wiggins, holding the hand up so we can see it. 4 of them are broken, bent almost to the wrist. His face looks like raw meat. Someone worked him over good, and they knew how to do it. Search of the room reveals 4 gold watches in the top dresser drawer. This is the stuff they stole from the store, from the jewelry store, but not including the Belfour jewelry. A2. Okay. So more confirmation that these are robbers. We're still, what are we missing? We've got the inside man and one of the robbers dead, but we still have outstanding one of the 2 robbers and the man they robbed, which isn't Belfour, but might be working for Belfour. All right. Jonathan wanted to make sure we visit the widow of the accident victim, not really accident victim, Derek Vincent. That person was at 50 WC, which is 190. Okay, so that was half hour. So is it 8:30 p.m.? 50 WC, Vincent wife, which is number 190. Okay, let's read this clue. Checking back with the chat. The good witness said there were 2 robbers seemed like brothers, so the other brother still lives, it seems. Well, that is a great observation, that now that we believe the other witness, it wouldn't be Leland, it would be Leo Mills. Before we fall out, let's look up Mills and see if Mills has a brother who might live in a different place. Yeah, there is a brother. There's another Mills at least. There's Leo Mills, and then there's D Mills, 40 WC. Wow, that is a good insight by Anna. 40 WC is an entry. I think Anna has really come up with a clinch clue here, that now we believe the other witness, and the other witness said that the 2 robbers seemed like brothers. And we know it had to have been Leo Mills. In the directory, we have a D Mills at 40 WC. So let's, before we visit Vincent's relative, let's visit D Mills at 40 WC, which maps to 155, and let's see how he feels about his brother being dead. Jonathan is saying, what clue did we miss to not get on the track to find these bodies ourselves? That's a reasonable question. In other words, why did we learn about them from the criminologist? Well, perhaps we'll come across it, but this is an exciting clue that we're going to now. Huh. Look what it says. We've not encountered this before. There is no clue for this address on this day. So apparently it didn't expect us to get here. It didn't expect us to figure out to check for the brother. No clue yet. I guess we want to come back. Seems like we may be getting a little bit ahead of the game. Let's go to the relative now of the accident victim. Wow, that says the same thing. There is no clue on this address of this day. Is it really that big a coincidence that we found both of them? That they both said that, or did I look it up one of them wrong? No, they both say exactly that. That's a pretty big coincidence. Maybe it's trying to tell us we're ahead of the game. Well, I've got my list of other places to go today. Mostly Allies, Parliament, Murray. We went to this. So here's what I have a suggestion for us. I suggest we go to Northrop. Remember, his wife was crying. And I suggest we go here as our sort of last clue, maybe, and then end this session. Then when we start our next session tomorrow, we'll finish up at the end of the day doing our Allies after dark at 8 p.m. or so. So I suggest at least just basically one more entry, and then the carriage report. Yeah, the carriage report, which we'll have to worry about afterwards. And then we'll go to some of these at the start of our next day to wrap up. So Northrop's house, it makes sense also that we maybe don't completely finish up a day in case we think of anything. So the Northrop house, no entry. The Northrop house doesn't want to talk to us. She probably won't want to talk to us again. But I figure it's worth knocking on her door since we know she had a bad meeting at the hotel. Maybe she's more amenable to talking now, but probably not. 30. Oh, I see. It hasn't changed. She still doesn't want to talk to us. I thought it had changed from yesterday, but it didn't. It did change, but she still. I have told all I know to the police. I have nothing to say to you. So this is an example where oh, I see. I was looking up the wrong. Oh, sorry. Wait, sorry. So I think I did that wrong. I think I was looking up on the wrong sheet these two other places we just went, the brother. That's why it said there was no entry. So the two places that I just looked up, the brother and the widow, the reason it said no entry is because I was looking the wrong day. I was looking at day 1. Okay, so we have to back up a bit. So let's knock at Northrop's door and see what happens, and then I'll back up a little and go to the brother. So if we go to the Peter Northrop's house, she says, "I've told you I have nothing to say." Wait, we're not from the police. Who are you? We work for Sherlock Holmes. Wow, that's the same. What does he want with my Peter? We're interested in the events surrounding his escape. I can't help you. If you help us, maybe we can find your husband. He may be in trouble. Peter is, I told you, I can't tell you nothing. Door closes on us and the conversation. At least she didn't slam it this time, says Wiggins as we turn to leave. Okay, 20 minutes, so it's now 8:30. Okay, so the previous two entries about the brother and the relative that had no entries was a lie because I looked up the wrong day. Okay, so going back to the correct day, Northrop's house is 74. That's where we just went. Okay, D Mills is 40 WC. That's 80. I see, we're probably reaching the end of, we're starting to make mistakes. But let's read now what the brother says. Our knock brings no response from Donald Mills's room. Wiggins tries the door. We find it unlocked and enter. The dim light that filters through the dirty window reveals the room to be empty, with the exception of a few pieces of cheap furniture. Wiggins opens the wardrobe that sits against the wall. There's nothing cheap about these clothes. They're tailor-made by Radford Jones. Very expensive tastes, has Mr. Mills. He can apparently satisfy them. Made by Radford Jones. Wiggins moves to the dresser. Silk shirts and underwear. Quite a dapper fellow. On a table by the window, we find a large clay jar, inside of which we find a key, stamped with Sylvester's next to the jar. And next to the jar is a note. Don, got a call from a man who said he has some jewels to sell. Sounds like the Balfour heist. He has an appointment with Jocelyn at 9 a.m. You and Leo be there. There we go. There's the setup for the robbery. So he's writing, this is a note. I think this is the note from Leland, the inside guy. And Leland, the inside guy, is saying, hey, I got a call from someone who's probably trying to sell the Belfort jewels. He's got an appointment at the store at 9. You and your brother be there and rob him. So there we go. What are you doing here? We turn to see a large woman standing in the doorway. Long black cigarette hangs precariously from the side of her mouth. We're looking for Donald Mills, answers Wiggins. Are you from the police? No, we're friends of his brother. Do you know where we can find him? You say he's not with his brother? Did you try the Punch and Judy? He spends a lot of time there, or he might be with his lady friend. Who would she be? What's her name? She's an actress. Wilma, Wendy, something like that. A big to-do in these days. Thank you. If you see him, tell him we were here. All right. After we're back on the street, we hear the landlady shout, oh, wait, who are you again? And we don't answer her. Okay, so 9 p.m., so note from Leland, robbery. Now we get information, though. Check Punch and Judy, which is going to be a pub. And then the girlfriend is Wilma or Wendy, an actress. Okay. Wow. All right, well, where is the Punch and Judy? Punch and Judy is 75 WC or 70? 4. Need my glasses for that. Punch and Judy, 73 WC. Let's just check if there's an entry for that in today's thing. Okay, there is an entry. It's different from yesterday's, but it stays the same for tomorrow. So I think maybe we wait for tomorrow. John says this seems to confirm Anna's theory. It does seem to confirm Anna's original theory that, well, whether it's Moriarty or not, it definitely was a robbery, that Belfour was, someone's trying to sell the Belfour jewels, whether it's Belfour himself pawning it or the real, or another robber. It was robbers robbing robbos. Robbers robbing robbers. All right, now let's go to the relative. 50 WC, the relative is at 100. Okay, let's try this now. Wow, we're almost at our 7th hour. All right, we've got a bit of a long one. This may be our last thing we do here. Day 2. The maid shows us into the sitting room where we wait for Mrs. Derrick. The house is tastefully and expensively furnished. Encased in a silver frame and draped with black crepe is a photograph of a man who appears to be in his late 40s. This is going to be Derrick, I guess. Let's see if we can find out when he dies. The photograph sits on a grand piano next to a window which looks out onto a beautiful and well-maintained garden. There are other photographs on the piano as well, and all in silver frames, but before we have a chance to examine them, a door opens and a woman enters. She's pale but beautiful. She's dressed in black, which makes her pale skin look like white porcelain. Her oval face is wreathed by golden red hair. She's small, 5'3" at the most, and not over 100 pounds in weight. Her voice does nothing to dissipate the image of her fragility. I understand you know something of my husband's death. Well, not exactly. We have this letter. Wiggins hands the letter to Miss Derrick. It seems hardly possible, but Mrs. Derrick turns even paler as she reads the letter. This is the letter where he wrote in July about his death. After her eyes wander over the letter a few times, she looks up at us, tries to speak, but stumbles backwards into a nearby chair. Letting the letter drop to the floor, she starts to gasp for breath. Can I help? Asks Wiggins. Get Helen, gasps Mrs. Derrick. I wonder if she didn't kill him. She seems like she's seen a ghost. Wiggins opens the door and shouts Mrs. Derrick's maid's name. A moment later, Helen runs in. "Oh my God," shouts Helen. "Get her medicine. There on the desk, the blue bottle. I'll get the doctor across the street." Helen runs out of the room while Wiggins hurries to the desk. He grabs the blue bottle, takes it to the still gasping Mrs. Derrick. She weakly raises her hand, indicating 2 with her fingers. Wiggins taps the bottle until 2 white pills spill into his hand. Mrs. Derrick takes one of the pills and places it in her mouth. Wiggins moves across the room and pours a glass of water from a crystal pitcher and returns with it to Mrs. Derrick. She takes the second pill with water. Her gasping gradually subsides, and her breathing, though heavy, has become regular. Her eyes close, and she rests her head on the back of the chair. What's going on? A man carrying a black bag charges into the room. Does this mean the robber is a doctor? Remember the person who had the jewels had a black doctor's bag? A man carrying a black bag charges into the room, followed by Helen. How are you feeling, Maud? To us, he says, I'm Dr. Rollins. Would you please wait in the hall? Dr. Rollins does not keep us waiting long. Now, what is this about a letter from Vincent Derrick? Here it is. Wiggins hands the doctor the letter. How's Mrs. Derrick? Well, she has a weak heart, but I think she'll be all right. A frown moves over Dr. Rollins' face as he reads the letter. What are you people up to? What are you trying to do? This letter was sent to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Surely, man, you are not suggesting that this letter is from Derrick. Do you know you could have killed Mrs. Derrick with this silly stunt? She's in a very delicate condition. Who put you up to this? No one. This was sent through the mail and received. I think you should spend your time trying to find the person who wrote this letter and stop their malicious actions. Now I must ask you to leave. If you persist in bothering Mrs. Derrick, I will have to call the police. But I said I must ask you to leave. Good day. 1 hour. Okay, so now it's 9:30 p.m. It's almost the end of our official time. Maud Derrick is in shock. I wonder if his wife killed him. She seems she's quite well off. I wouldn't mind checking if she got everything from his will. And then we've got Dr. Rollins, who knows her quite comfortably. John says, Rollins sounds a little familiar to me. Does it ring any bells, Anna? Quick look at the cab just to make sure we can use the next log. Okay, let's look at the cab. We went to Northrop. Before I forget, I did want to make note that D. Mills is dressed fancy. I wonder if this is going to be the connection to that Bon Marché fancy tailor. I wonder if that's going to be our connection to the Bon Marché. Are we going to look at the cab? So 5WC cab. Today's entry is 163. Okay, so what we've got here is, which day's log do you want to see? Today's won't be available until tomorrow, says the cab guy. Now remember, the driver puts down the closest building to his pickup and drop-off points. It may not be the destination of the passengers, only the general area. So Monday and Tuesday, we've already seen these. But the new one for us is 116, which is yesterday's log. So 116 is going to be for Wednesday, September 5. Let's take a look at it. But we're obviously going to have to copy it and do something with it. Look at that. How's that for a nice big log? Now, we were saying we might be able to track who went to the appointment. We might be able to find who arrived at the jewelry shop to rob it. But now we think we know who both of the robbers are, so that's not very helpful. But we might be able to see where they went. We don't know if, well, presumably they were trying to get information. The boxer was trying to get information out of them and beating them up. But we might be able to find who went to the two. We have two people that were killed and had their fingers broken, right? If we find a cab going to both of those houses, that might be the person who beat them up and killed them. So we're going to have to study this. Boy, that's a... And it says, this is a nice goodbye lead. That's a nice dense lead for us. That's a lot for us to do. That's pretty... This is no joke. This is tomorrow's log of today for the people killed today. Yes, you're right. Jonathan, you're right. This isn't going to show the people... This log is not going to show the people killed today. This would just show the... Yes, you're right. Wow, okay. That is no joke. All right, well, we're not going to call today over completely, but it's basically 10 p.m. So we've basically played all of the official game time, although we're amenable to doing a couple more allies before we finish up. Let me do one thing before we sign off. Bond Marsh is 81 Northwest. I see 81 Northwest doesn't change, so we can do that tomorrow. Okay, let's stop there. It's been 7 hours. We just got a huge amount of stuff. I thought today was going to be... I thought things were going to calm down today. It wasn't... Jonathan says, it seems a little odd we had a desync on the jewelry store heist. I'm not sure we did. Jonathan, would this explain it? If we just went and visited the two workers at the jewelry store, then we would have found their bodies before we got to before we talked to Meeks about them. So I think maybe we just went to Meeks before it quite expected us to. So I think logically, if we had gone to the two workers, Leland Jones and maybe the other one's house, we would have found their dead bodies. You could hear Sarah, huh? Yeah, she's outside. That probably means she wants to be graded. That means she's gone to the bathroom and she's waiting for someone to come check, clean it up, and give her her treat. So that's the morning call. All right, wow. This game is no joke. This may be the most overwhelming of all the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games we've played. This feels a lot more overwhelming than Adventures by Gaslight to me. And then we've got that code. Okay, exhausting, but exciting. We're going to be here this whole week, it seems. All right, I'll see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. We've got some more note-taking to take, and we've got that whole ciphered message. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Tomorrow at 11 p.m.